Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. All right. See, I can be heard loud and clear. Hello, 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 everyone. And welcome to another stream of Fate Grand Order. Where I just realized I didn't change my stream title. So let's do that. There we go. An underworld pilgrimage. That sounds fun. All right. Last time on Fate Grand Order, we interrupted the ceremony at the Olmec capital of Mexico City. That probably should have been worded better. Should have been we invaded the capital city the capital Mexico City, the capital of the Olmecs. There, that'd be the proper wording for it. And sprung our friends before they were sacrificed. Nemo's back in working action, even if only barely. And we took on Tolok, who had another divine spirit mixed in her, one that I cannot pronounce to save my life. It's long and it starts with an H. Anyways, after that, Kukulin finally joined us and punched the shit out of her. After that, Tezcatlipoca decided to give us a glimpse of the future, so we had to go around with ORT and witness the destruction that was about to rot. And in about 10 days, roughly, maybe a bit under, no, about a week, 8 days, I don't know, 9 days. Anyways, it'll be soon. But we have to get the border up and running, and we've enlisted some dinos to help us. We also got a power generator going over at King Protea's underworld line, so that is going quite swimmingly. Though we had a fighter, Kukulin had to help us out, because goodness gracious, otherwise. Yeah, we had some fights with this Kali and Talak, and we refought King Protea. And during our retellings, we had a refight with Poseidon and Chiron. So, that all happened last time. This time, I'm hoping we can get a good chunk done. Because today and tomorrow will be the last days for the AP discount and thus the ley line stones as well. Hoping we can complete it by then, but we'll see. We'll see. If we can't, it is going to be harder for us. But we'll live with those consequences. Anyways, I'll go ahead and fire it up. Oh yeah, some new advanced quests got added. Also, look at my savings here. 542. Let's go. Oh, I didn't do my warm-up where I tackled some other random things first. Oops. Long time no see, President Girl. Have you come for your revenge? I gotta say, I'm amazed you survived that. Guess you're right to call yourself a god. So, all three of you are still alive. What an odd quirk of fate that we're all here together at the moment the world ends. Even if it's more of a preview. Is this really what you want, David? Cristeria rebelled against the foreign god's machinations. He tried to use his dream of infinite to evolve all mankind, of humankind. But you're trying to eradicate us completely. That's no different than the foreign god's efforts to erase human history. I don't know who I am. Because after that servant killed me, I temporarily reset myself to reduce the stain that comes with the reboot. When I woke in that cave, all I could remember was my name, my purpose, and information I probably acquired from video records on externally stored unit. I'm an alien named Olga Marie. My purpose is to take charge of foolish humankind and save this planet. Those two things are all I remember. I have to say, even that I did a stellar job. There was no way anyone could misinterpret something so simple. But, and maybe this is due to my reset, when I lost the ornaments that made me who I am, it exposed some parts of me which had, until then, been hidden. I began to feel my feelings much more freely. Put differently, my judgment was impaired. I began ignoring my assigned order and instead prioritized my own decisions. And so, I chose certain course of action simply because I thought they were good. I liked doing that. I don't understand why. But when I'm traveling with Tiramisu and Master Chichen Itza, the best word to describe how I felt is fulfilled. I was also interested in the organization they said they belonged to. When I told them I'd help them, my brain was absolutely flooded with dopamine. And so I just chose to ignore the difference between the Earthlings and myself. I had this sense that everything would kind of work out somehow. Even then, I had no idea who I really was.
I'm here. I'm finally here. I'm seeing the best scenery in all of Chichen Itza with the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on.
I was completely at a loss for words. After I'd spent the whole day with Watch and the Warriors, he showed me around the city. The last place to visit is neither a glamorous meeting hall nor a noisy stadium. It was a tranquil but unremarkable landscape, offering nothing more than a piece of view of the whole city.
It's pretty, right? Sunlight's great for sure, but I also really like these nighttime lights. They say the bonfires just keep the darkness away. The sunless nights are supposed to be for resting. But I like seeing the Dino's shadows cast by flame. I like the pictures they paint on the walls. I guess it feels like really living somehow. not just surviving like in the jungle. Almost like we're leaving behind proof that we exist in places where there usually wouldn't be any. I know they're just shadows. When I see one that looks like my old man, it always reminds me of him.
I didn't say anything in response. I couldn't. Because that's when it really hit me. This is truly a triangle world. Society is downright utopian compared to human society. There's no comparison whatsoever. The fact the strongest warrior's favorite place was an arena for him to demonstrate his combat prowess. But a quiet place overlooking the entire city was undeniable proof.
Olga, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Did you bang yourself on something? I don't see any wound.
Exactly the kind of world I want to create before I wound up like this. Even so, I could feel myself rejecting it. It's a wonderful world, but I know I have no place in it. I'm the sort of being who burns places like this to the ground. This is wrong. Too different.
What's different? The way you look? The way you're shaped? I mean, yeah, you're obviously different from us and from Teramasu's group. But that doesn't bother me. All that matters is what's on the inside, your heart. Your heart is beautiful. Your heart's exactly the color of the stars I saw at the observatory when I was a kid. It's spiky and cool. Got all 7 colors of the rainbow. Not shaped like anyone else's.
My judgment was impaired. I was prioritizing my emotions, that's why. I've had it. Go away. Get out of my sight.
Olga, what is it? Why are you so mad?
I've always hated lizard. From the very first moment I saw you, but sick to my stomach. I knew of the goal to put yourself on the same level as humanity. Species ugly and stupid as yours could never be anything like humanity. I was so harsh with him. And so, that Dinos who once seemed so free-spirited, so innocent, so larger than life, slunk away, forlorn, seemed like he shrunk to half his size. I felt a wave of self-loathing, so intense to make me dizzy. My body functions begin to fluctuate because of how sorry I feel for what I did to Wakchan. I was lashing out, plain and simple. Must be more aggressive, short-tempered, and cowardly than I realized. I didn't have the courage to stop Wakchan from leaving or to apologize. Not then. Even now, I don't have the courage to join everyone else, so I'm spending the night wandering aimlessly alone. Still, I have no idea what to do. My memory reset was only temporary. I can still remember what I forgot if I see it again. That's why Tezcatlipoca. Seeing him made me remember something. I remember him killing me once. If I remember when he did, he called me the fallen god. I'm the fallen god. Kadea's sworn enemy. I may be proud of being an enemy of humanity, but I don't even want to think about being an enemy of Kadea. I don't think I can go back to Tapo's house right now. Not until I get my emotions sorted out.
Wow, I didn't realize the sun had already left. Those proper human history stories are so interesting. There's so much more I want to hear about the Lost Belts. That Grease place sounds awesome. I'd love to visit it myself. They said the machines like the Stormporter were all over their world. Can you imagine?
The main street was filled with Dinos talking about Kadea. I guess Thanos was telling them stories about the lost belts at the Jolta Shrine. Why would they bother telling the Dinos all that? It will just. It'll just let the Dinos find out who did all this. Maybe Damasu and Mash don't know that I'm the fallen god. No, of course they don't. If they did, they'd never let me come along with them. Damasu doesn't know. Mash doesn't know. Nobody at Kadea knows. They can't know. They can't. I'm not Dinos. I'm not human. I don't belong anywhere.
But you know, much I like hearing more stories.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Barbarian history stories are fun. They're also really sad. Fun, but sad. Of course they are. We could never really be part of that group, no matter how much we might want to. Forget it. I'm just going to stop thinking. I'm going to forget I'm the fallen god and go back to who I was before I went to Mexico City. But just when I was about to completely give in to desperation. Hey there. Here you are. Hey! I saw Tamasu waving and coming my way.
And then we have that really shitty encounter that I didn't like. Made me sad. Feel we should have been honest with her. Anyways, I forgot to do my warm-up. Or basically using some AP so I don't top out while we're going through today's proceedings. Do.
やり負けないぞ。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。熱を帯びなさい。丸みあるわ。誇りにかけもちろん。
夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて、雨が来たりて命が騒ぎ、息吹の御霊、八脈怒涛。
早炊きです。カルウェナ。戦いです。ジャンソンヘ
I wonder how many feathers I have now.
夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて、雨が来たりて命が騒ぎ、息吹の御霊、八脈怒涛。
当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
I also need to check how much money I have and whatnot. So we'll check over on skills. Do.
夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。運命をかけた戦いであれば、やります。負けないぞ。見栄はいらぬと申しても、夏の暑さに喉から ゃん適当にやっとくわ。夏の女神が主情に告げる。踊りなさいな、騒ぎなさいな。鐘の音が聞こえる。
No feather drops. Damn. That's a bit unlucky. Anyways, let's go check how many feathers we have and how much money we have by using Cuckoo. Oh, sure. Huh? Oh. Cuckoo. There you are. Oh, that's why. I got enough of these scales to upgrade you again. Oh, and money. 5 more feathers. Anyways, let's go ahead and do this.
そろそろクエスト。
Kingdom of Corpses. I just woke up. Good morning. You're the first one up today. Nice to see you seem to have gotten a good night's rest. Yoga Marie told me to go to bed early yesterday. You know, Tiramisu, Father Kotomine actually left me a message to give you. It's about her. Not so long ago, I'm sure I would have only told you the message's contents, not been able to imagine how you might feel about them, but... No, never mind. Let me give you the message. Cal Dance, I know this is short notice, but the young miss and I decided to part ways with you. Though she has yet to regain her memories, she is not yet sure who she really is, and has said, and I quote, I am sick and tired of dumb dinos, weak-ass earthlings, and stupid sweltering Michelin. We will therefore be leaving this lost belt tonight. I am so sorry I can't be present for your confrontation with David, but as the young Mrs. Butler, I am obligated to obey her. I wish you luck in your future endeavors, Shepherd of Lost Sheep, Father Kotomine. The end. And she's already gone. Yes. And one more thing. Father Kotomine asked me to give you this as well. Are the carvings on this bark what you call English? Anyways, he asked Yoga Marie made this for you. Reset. Not to help you save the earth. I'm sorry. Aww. I see. So you, Olga Marie, and Rasputin are gone. I actually saw that you, Olga Marie, the foreign god signal, disappear from our instruments. I was only able to follow it part way, but it looks like she was heading towards the surface. Well, the first stratum. Well, she did attack us, so that suggests she still hasn't regained him. Or, well, she didn't attack us. Well. Well, she didn't attack us, so I suggest she still hasn't regained her memories. May not like me much, but I feel out more like she saw me as a rival than an actual enemy. Anything seems like she was found, one of us, especially Tiramisu and Mesh.
He still left without saying goodbye. Must mean. Was she offended by how wishy-washy we were about including her? I know what that's like, and I don't know what it's like to not feel that way. Every time I joined a club in university, I always felt like I thought he didn't belong. Odd. Feels like lying on a bed of nails. Of all, my fierce pride simply couldn't take it. But it was Rasputin's idea. I told them they should leave. Seeing Tiramisu and Mash's response make me wonder if I was wrong. No, deep down I think I was secretly hoping Olga Marie, spitting image of Olga Marie, would officially join Chaldea in the end.
I'm gonna miss her too. Yes, she was a foreign god, but she was hilarious to watch. Had gaps in her knowledge and been so big you try to bust through them. If I'd managed to take advantage of one of those openings and analyze her, that would have made it really easy to find out what exactly the foreign god is, why she looks like Chaldea's foreign director, and how she incarnated into a beast spirit origin. Alright, everyone, chin up. No harm's been done, so there's no choice. There's no cause to be depressed. May have lost our chance to verify it, but the fact she's still suffering from memory loss is good news. Gives us an opportunity to complete one of our objectives, stop the foreign god from fusing with ORT. I agree. Heartless as it sounds, there's no sense discussing this further. Olga Marie is no longer helping us. She's our enemy once more, and that's how I'm going to think of her. Got that, mashed Tiramisu? Maybe she hasn't left for good. There's still a chance she could decide to come back. Yes, that's definitely possible. So if you do run into her again, make sure you're prepared to defend yourself. That said, if she comes to us asking to talk instead of attacking, I won't force you to strike first. If that time comes, I'll leave the decision up to you. Got it? Go on, repeat back what I said. Thank you, Captain. That's what I said. That's not what I said. Also, why are you thanking me? Shows that you trust not only us, but her too. Yeah, maybe you're right. That Marine didn't have any unique skills separate from the rest of the series. He was still a much better judge of character than I've ever been. Alright. It took us a lot longer than I expected. Finally time to start our staff briefing. First, I want to reconfirm our main objectives. The primary one, as we just mentioned, was to neutralize the foreign god and stop her from fusing with ORT. Our secondary objective was to exercise the South American law spell and to capture the last crypter, David. Obviously, things have changed since then. There's been no shortage of surprise in this law spell. Now we need to rethink how we handle these two objectives. For one, now the foreign god's suffering from memory loss, she's not even thinking about fusing with ORT. Meanwhile, David the Crypter and his servant, Tezcatlipoca, are now trying to use ORT for their own ends. If what you saw in Mexico City was right, a vision of the near future, then we must begin by considering how we can prevent it from coming to pass.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, the Ownership contains no video footage of the collapse of Michelon in the Earth that Tiramisu reported. Not because I didn't record for that span of time, you see, but because the footage and only that footage was lost. We therefore have no choice but to take our field operator's word for it. Still, I have to ask, you sure the whole Earth was really falling apart? Wasn't just an illusion or forced respect or something along those lines?
It was real, no question.
I can't believe it! Oh, I'm not talking about your testimony, I'm talking about David's absolutely insane plan. Isn't he working for the foreign god? Doesn't the foreign god want to rule Earth? Well, how could she possibly rule the planet if it no longer exists? Quite Sky, do you have any idea what he's thinking? Fact is, you did used to be on the cryptid side, so you must know more than anyone else here.
Afraid I haven't the slightest clue, and I'm not alone there. David was always enigmatic, even to the other cryptors and the foreign god's disciples. Before the foreign god appeared here as Olga Marie, she was solely focused on Lord Cristeria. She had less than no interest in the other cryptors. Now that I think about it, though, she did kind of seem like she was deliberately ignoring David. Well, more than she chose to leave him out of her plans. She never so much as gave him an order. Never even said she didn't care what he did. That's not how you treat a subordinate, if anything. Yeah, she was treating him as an equal, or possibly superior. The foreign god and I signed a mutual non-aggression pact, which led me to do whatever I wanted. But the foreign god never had any authority over Lord David. Maybe Lord David was never even a crypter to begin with. Never a crypter to begin with? That mean he's never really on Crysteria's side?
I see. Now I understand what that file in Wood Mines and I saw in Olympus was talking about. Kirillite, David was a member of Team A. That's not in question. That said, he was never in the same position as us. He didn't owe the foreign god anything. For that matter, the rest of us had never even heard the word cryptor until we were brought back to life. Me, Ophelia, Akuta, Beryl, none of us heard it before, but it looks like David was already familiar with it. At the time, I thought the name was like a blood oath sealing our vow against a revolt against humanity, but I was wrong. It was actually the foreign god who told Cristeria that we were to be called cryptors.
So calling you cryptors was not Woodmine's idea after all. Then what are the requirements for being one? Do you just need to be a member of Team A?
I'm not totally sure. Like I said, the rest of us only learned the name cryptor when the foreign god resurrected us. What more, the price we had to pay if we were going to be resurrected. Resolve the incineration of humanity. While we were in our coffins, the foreign god promised to resurrect us. If we could prove we had the same powers to resolve the incineration of humanity instant that Tiramisu and Mash did. But that was impossible. Me, Ophelia, and everyone else on Team A were all dead in our coffins. It was hopeless. We couldn't even have made it through the first singularity like that. So Woodmine did it for us. He restored the incineration of humanity incident all by himself several times over, so that we wouldn't have to. He never said anything about it, never threw it in our faces, just made sure we all had the same opportunity he did.
Yes, I can certainly see him doing that. I understand how you feel, Kodak.
It's okay, I'm calmer now. I could just imagine the troubled expression on Woodmine's face if he saw me making you sympathize with me like this. Anyways, my point is, I never found any mention of David's resurrection. I'm just guessing here, but I think David somehow managed to resurrect himself. Apparently, the foreign god needed a certain amount of energy to resurrect us. In fact, it took the same amount needed to clear the incineration of humanity. David managed it by generating that energy all by his own. All on his own. I bet even the foreign god must have been at a loss. According to Woodmine's records, the foreign god gave us all minimal support in our coffins by letting us use Galdea's summoning system to summon servants. But apparently David didn't even make use of that. So even though it was all just a simulation, he still resolved the incineration of humanity alone, without a single servant.
He did all that without a single heroic spirit?
What the hell? What is he? Some kind of supermaster or something? Or is he being a jack or just showing off? Did he just feel compelled to prove he's better master than Tiramisu by resolving the incineration of humanity without a single servant's help? Wasn't like that. Again, I'm quoting from Woodmine's records. David's envoy was omitted because his way of thinking and living never belonged with humanity in the first place.
I see. Then he had no choice but to satisfy this condition on his own. Because he's not part of humankind. Since he isn't on humanity's side, he couldn't summon a servant even if he wanted to.
Let's you sound the alarm in the worst possible timing. Sommelier, what is it anyway?
We got a problem. Something's rampaging outside. Even the dinos are fleeing in terror. Maybe we should suspend the briefing for now and see what's up.
Got it. Tiramisu, Mash. We're on it. Right, Habitat, can you help us?
Sure things. Probably just some carnivorous insects. They're all maxed anyways. I'll have this wrapped up in no time.
Let's see. Let's do this. Bunch of
ふさわ
corpses.
しい敵であれば容赦なく
Is this really worth my time?
手に入るよ
Oh well.
うに簡単に終わらないようにピンチチャンスに急の仕事任せて宝具を腕の見せ所展開しましょう いい判断です
Well, you all know what time it
それは
is.
絶えず見た頃の
Roadless Camelot.
最果てにありながら取り回すロードレスキャメル
Hardly but a trifling matter. Well, that thing's rather inconvenient.
I got this.
すごいだろう
Fire away, bitch.
でも負けないファミリーさあ食べとろっと
Well, that thing's still alive. Oh yes, we can certainly take care of these. The greatest of these.
オルテナンス全機能解放
Alright, let's go. Boom, boom,
け
boom.
ないで不死になさ
Smite.
内側に
Next card to play.
潰したもの 目を背けないで
I'll crush you.
これ使ういっちゃうぜはあ
Keep that up and you won't live much longer.
了解
All systems, full power. Spinster, Habitat.
バレル解放方針
Bitches love cannons.
モルゴースライド
Ah, so cool.
'Alright then. Habitat, finish that one.
宝具を誰
Then we'll blast the next line.
戦う心
And prep our defenses with Lord Camelot.
事実 神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もなお
Not that I think we're in any danger. But you know, just in case something wild happens.
おごりであっても高らかにいつか必ずなくしたものに報いるために導きの星よ、力となれ。
Nice one. No one wanted to attack Habitat? Okay.
あまり悩ませる
What is the extra thing from you?
の楽しくなるでしょ。
Gain a large amount of crit stars and increase the gather rate for self. That's what's going on. Okay.
腕の見せ所ってや。ピンチのチャンスに最大ダメージお任せください。よっこいしょ。目を背けないで。じゃんじゃじゃーん。すごいだろう。重いんだぜ。でも
Fire!
食べとろっと。まだですね。はあ。
Nice!
やべ。
Oh, big old crit.
手に入らない。ここをもうち
Go
ょっと
ahead and finish it, Mesh.
時短一歩前にいい感じ。スライドスマッシュぶっ飛べ。はあ、やった。被害想定内です。ナイスファイトでした先輩。
A berserker, huh? Alright. Commodores! It's Commodores!
It's the bat. The shadow of death is here. He didn't even wait for it to get dark.
Run! Run for your lives! Run before he sucks your blood, turns you into a living corpse!
More enemies approaching with the jungle. Still more coming, Master.
Those footsteps are shaking the ground. Must be mindless Dinos. Be careful, everyone. No president, no Kukulin right now, so we'll need a servant to break through its defenses. Or a mystic code if you got one that can do the trick.
Alright, so I need ignore and bone, more than likely. I mean, more than likely. I know I do. Fatal battle.
神への生贄にしては小ぶりではありませんことピンチチャンスに
All right, mash, intercept. What do we got here? 4 left. And you don't have an attack online right now. Except for 1 buster card, and that's not really going to do much. All right.
急の仕事は任せて
Let's go fetch some crit stars then.
ゆっくりいい感じ
For the Habitat combo.
じゃんじゃじゃーんすごいだろうおもんだぜでも負けないパブで
Fire!
いつか食べとろっと
Yeah, don't expect any of these to hit at all this time. You have ignore him on yourself. He resets that every turn now, right? Ooh, that's no good.
パラドクセージセットスピングルセット
Do that. Alright, now we do this.
くれましょう
This.
ですわね
Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, he doesn't reset it. Maybe he'll reset it whenever I break the bar. Or maybe he just won't reset it again. That'd be nice for me. Boom, boom, boom.
何を今さら食いるというのか
Get him,
森
Quenskaya.
は燃え地は砕くその上で無自覚ならばあまはれぬ軍人のごとく我が炎に
Alright,
帰る
overgage. So now we can
鉄の傘はありまし
get some refund back here.
ここまで
Not as much I'd like, but it's something at least. Put down a lot of status on him too. Awesome, awesome. Well, that sucked. All right. Cuckoo's online. Let's see. Yeah. Because he has ignore invuln already. It's no point in triggering that. Alright, let's do that. And then, since we still have a turn of status infliction, no one will waste it. Alright, boom, boom, boom.
死前決あ咀嚼マヤパンピンチ
Mash is gonna do a self-sacrifice here.
ねぶなぶ止めないでね落石注意ビセ鉄よそ見して
There we go.
もう少し
We're getting close.
どうぞごゆっくりいいナイス平らげて止めないでね捉えた
Pops the guts.
自然決
Boom.
私自らが出てみましたが信者たちを使わないというのは神として物足りませんね
That Dino's just turned to dust? I thought the same. It looked like something other than a poison or pain robbed it of its intelligence.
Never thought we'd run into monsters like that in the Lost Belt. I'll be brief. You just fought a vampire. That Dinos must have been attacked by a blood-sucking monster, then became one itself. As for the animated corpses you fought prior to that, they must have been lesser familiars and ghouls. Such monsters are created by embedding the blood of the undead, which causes them to instinctively seek more blood even after death. There are types of enemies we've never seen previously, and there are also a foreign enemy which would not normally be a problem. So now, as if David Zem Void and Tezcate Polka are not bad enough, it seems we also must address a new threat to Gadea. It's not new at all. It's Kamatoris. The Dinos even said so. Kamatoris is in the major dark god of Xibalba described in the Popovo text of Maya mythology? Now you mention it.
That was a very awkward exposition.
Never seen details about someone by that name in Tiramisu's report as well. Are you sure that it's him? Certain it was not a mistake, or that you misheard perhaps? According to the Popovo, Kamatoris was a monster who cut off people's heads to drink their blood, but it says nothing about him being able to control the dead.
Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad, Scion and Da Vinci. For Dinos, Kamatoris is more frightening than the night. Whenever he shows up, all the Dinos hide away in their homes. And that means they won't be able to help repair the border. It will take us way longer to finish fixing it. Well, I suppose our original plan was to fix it ourselves, so we haven't really lost anything in that sense, but never mind repairs for now. Isn't Chichen Itza in trouble? Yes, it is. We're in Chichen Itza territory right now. No telling when those monsters might head for the city. Then we have no choice but to defeat Kamatoris. Besides, he's the one who's been using Master's command spells without our permission. I knew we'd have to face him eventually, so if this is the time is now, I have no objections.
Now he's one of he's the one with command spells.
Alright, I don't blame you for being upset, Mash. Also, I'm not surprised you already knew Kamatoris, Tepu. Thought you were meeting him for the first time back in the first underworld along with the rest of us.
Well, that was my first time actually meeting him in person. Kamatoris is the only being in Midline who's superior to us Dinos, which makes him a frightening figure. I just happened not to think of him that way myself, so when we met him, the only thought I had, oh, so that's Kamatoris.
The danger's simply scared of him then. I suppose that means it's up to us then. Oh right, we repay the Dinos for all their help and hospitality. Episode, Bash, go take care of Kamatoris for us. I'll even send Queen Sky to help you.
Me? Why me?
Oh, no particular reason. I certainly haven't been wondering how long this fiction means to keep mooching off us. Wonder if she'll ever take a page from the Danish book. Oh, that has ever even occurred to me. No, sir, not once. Anyways, good luck.
I've decided I'm coming along too. I already know which direction the ghouls came from. It's the jungle northwest of here. The same place as you all went to look for food before. What did you say?
Oh,
cool, new extra reward. Money! I was so intrigued, I decided to join you. Kamatoris is probably hiding out in the ancient Kanan ruins. It's a dangerous place, so this time I want to do everything I can to ensure all of your safety. This time, did something happen at these ruins before? No, not a Kanan. I'm sorry I haven't said that. I shouldn't have said that. Come, let's hurry. Tepu, he was talking about what happened with Marine. These Kanan ruins dangerous? Kanan was a city, well, a kingdom really.
that predated Chichen Itza. It's believed that the dinos who rebuilt Chichen Itza actually used cotton as a reference. That's news to me. What happened then? The kingdom declined naturally, or did a later king decide to relocate the capital? We're not sure. To this day, no dinos knows what cotton was like in its heyday. We don't know what life was like for the dinos who lived there, or why cotton ultimately disappeared. It's a long, long time ago, you understand. The only knowledge which the priest passed down was the knowledge acquired after Chichen Itza was completed. That being said, some dinos do believe cotton's downfall had something to do with the fourth annihilation. Some extinction experienced extinction events. No, it didn't reach the level of extinction. The dinos survived, as you can see. I already told Father Kotomine this, but according to Kukulon, Mitalan's son once went into a hibernation of sorts. Consequently, Mitalan experienced a night which lasted for a very, very long time. In turn, the dinos had no choice but to follow the sun's lead, close their eyes, and entered a deep slumber. In your terms, the sleep lasted about 100,000 years. When the sun returned, less than 10% of the dinos had gone to sleep or were able to reawaken. 100,000 years, and only 10% of you came back. There's no way you could repopulate your species with so few. Oh wait, now I think about it, human experienced a similar miracle. 70,000 years ago, back when modern humankind only existed in West Africa, there's a freak weather event that reduced the population down to only 2,000 people. They survived the crisis, though, and eventually spread out to other continents, eventually growing their numbers to 7 billion alive today. Although the way Tapu put it, sounds like the demons were able to cryopreserve themselves. Oh, hello. Savita. Savita? Anyways, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow. I'm Doppel, a doppelganger VTuber. Voices are my bread and butter. We're playing Fate Grand Order today, making our way through Lost Belt 7. Although the way Tapu put it, it sounds like dinos are able to cryopreserve themselves. Maybe they have something similar to cryobiosis, the ability that lets grades? How's it going? It's going alright. What's a Tretigate? Survive even in outer space. Tardig. Oh, that thing. A little worm thing with no eyes that are incredibly durable. That clinches it. These dinos are clearly a new type of prime species. One that was purposely designed with the talent for genetic manipulation that never existed in proper human history. It's not much further than cotton ruins now. Please watch your step, everyone. There are many fences to trip on there. So these are the Conan ruins. Right, something feels off about them. Quinskaya, is something wrong? Something wrong, bears the thought. I was taking a little trip down memory lane, that's all. More importantly, look up. Don't you recognize those flapping sounds, that creepy laugh? How cruel, how endless, deliciously cruel. You cluster together in your weakness. Cowering, trembling, you build walls, you prosper, and eventually you have yourselves a kingdom. But no matter how you rack your brains, you're still hopelessly weak. All that hard work wasted. In the end, all that remains of you is your bones, the ruins of your shattered, forgotten dreams. What can one do but laugh, but look down upon the condemned? Truly, the tears of the weak are as sweet as the blue blood in your veins. How I've enjoyed waiting for your apes. It was worth the trouble of sending my messengers to get your attention. A letter would have done.
I'm accustomed to boredom, but I don't take that to mean I'm anything approaching patient. You responded so quickly. The Dinos can learn a lot from you in that regard. But faster isn't always better. I only count 3 servants with you this time: the shield girl, the child scholar, and the gussied up beast. Do you really mean to challenge me, Lord of the Underworld, with this pathetic lot? Has this poker rattled you so much that you forgot the foolhardily display of valor you showed in the Underworld Priest of Kadea? Fine, I'll let you. Let's have your excuses. Then, why have you so underestimated me?
Thanks for the hydrate. Goodness knows I'm gonna need it when I go through this.
Granted, Commodores' voice that I've chosen for is a bit easier on my vocal cords, as I'm not running a rumble on them. Instead, well, there is a slight rumble, but it's not one that takes a deep grinding in the vocal cords. Instead, it seems to be more rolling the air around the sides. I'm just kind of naturally doing it. Don't really think about the process.
Hey, it's not like we're in the underworld now, right?
So you think you needn't fear me because we aren't in the underworld? Is that it? Insolence, 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 insolence! Death, 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 death! Alright, that should do. You may be infuriating beyond compare, but you are brave. I like that. You're exactly what humans should be, priest of Galdea. Now I want even more to be you. These summoning arts fascinate me. It's rather fun getting to be dead warriors. I see you reclaim tools of command spells. One still belongs to the underworld though. My original plan to cut off your head in the third, no fourth layer, and to take your eyes and brain for myself. But it seems it's time to show you how wrong you are about being able to defeat me just because we're not in the underworld. It's time to shake my or to slick.
What? What is this word? I think he's trying to say sate. Slick. Definition. Okay. That is an actual word. Okay. Quench or satisfy.
Don't worry, all I need from you is your head. I do so love blood. I hate having the same blood twice. Unfortunately, you all look alike. I can't be expected to tell no slave from a servant, so it's my personal policy to kill every creature whose blood I've tasted before. Would you like to know why? So I don't ever have to look at them again, and don't have to resort to tasting their blood twice. So welcome. Listen well, undead warriors of Kanan. This time has come to add to your ranks.
All right. Now for this one. I believe we can be a bit tricky here. Since we're fighting undead, they're certain to have high death rates. Let's see. Would be good. Um. Let's see. Yeah, Prisma Cosmos would be fine. Battle Infinite.
喉の渇きを癒す時だ。なに、首だけ残っていればいい。ここでお前たちを歓迎しよう。不死なるカーンの戦士よ。その同胞を増やす時だ。
Let's do this.
急の仕事は任せて。飛び立つ前にピンチチャンスに。
いい子だ。どうしてくれようか。
Alright, we'll do it like... You know, actually, we'll save Habitrots
仕方
there.
ない。
時短装填済みです。
Since bar breaks don't behave like guts
天
breaks.
空なる我は夜に輝く月と知り。おいでませ。レケルス燃え尽きよ。
有効レンジ入りました。
Advocates of Kotal, level 120. Ooh! Well, ain't that fancy? What MP level you got on her?
こいしょ。
それが望みか。
時短装填済みです。魔法糸バシ
I'm curious
バレル解放。
just how everything's
感情で固定。
slow down on her. Like MP level, the bond level, whatnot, how you had to finagle that, if at all. Alright. For this lot, I believe we can
しか気
do
が合うな。
this.
了解。
掘る。水よ。
ブーストストライク。
What was that? Oh,
やべえ。
do-do-do-do-do. Oh, someone showing me the popcorn bucket. That's gonna be with the Jurassic Park thing. It was pretty cool. I got the Kung Fu Panda one that is just like a Chinese takeout box. It's cute.
我がゴッド
All
ハンドを
right,
見せ
let's
て
follow up
くれ
with this.
我が手に計りこれよりは命がさあ今こそ罪の
But based on that statement, I guess this FGL brought you here. I am out of the habit of asking what caused people to find me.
やべやべ。
Do. Let's see. I think another Spincher Habitrot can do it. Actually, let's do this. And just break them down. So we can... I believe we can do it like this.
仕方ない
So I don't think that buster is going to finish it. Oh wow, Habitrot, you were just not built like that. Okay, yeah. You're gonna want to MP them because you have that defense ignore. But first, let's get some MP charge.
燃え尽きる。ああ、ないで。
Yeah, that's why her and Nitocris are good for this, because, well, Nitocris can fucking kill them because they're undead, and you ignore defense with this shot.
Eat laser. Almost said eat lead. That wouldn't have been right.
Oh, this bitch still alive? Die already.
いい感じ。
それが望みか。
これ使う？はそれ。
Ole. Alright, focus up. Alright. I believe we can do it like this and have a solid turn.
解除。
冥府と天空なる我は夜に輝く月と知れ。おいでませ。ケケルスエ
神明東映保管。これは多くの道、多くの夢を捨てた運動の死。証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。
水よ。
And 2 crits on that. Damn. Alright.
いい子だ。死と夜。どうしてくれよう
Let's see. Save that. We'll go boom, boom, boom.
前に。
This is sure to put them in the
か。
dirt.
罪に罰を。死には導きを。ああ。その罪計り知れ。我が連れて行こう。
No death proc. Oh, got him anyways. Okay, good.
腕の見せ所
それが
ってやつ。
望みか。
時短装填済みです。
All systems full power.
足バレル解放。
Get hello to
上で
this.
勝て。いいか。食べたろーっ
燃え尽
と。スライド。
Albatross been playing too much Sonic Adventure.
Ure 腕の見せ所ってやつ。一歩前に。じゃんじゃじゃーん。すごいだろう。重いんだぜ。でも負けないファンやからさ。いいか。食べとろっと。
There we go. Ooh, bones. Need those. Always need bones.
Truly spectacular fighting. Servants. Reminds me of the good old Dark Ages. I never thought the billion souls and gallons of blood I consumed would one day be the driving force for all these skeletons.
He's embedding warrior souls inside the skeletons. We can't even get near Kamatoris with all these skeletons around. Do you have a shot, Queen Skya?
Afraid not. The crowd of skeletons is doing a wonderful job making an obstruction of themselves. Unfortunately for us, it's the perfect place for a necromancer. By my count, there's no fewer than 100,000 corpses buried here.
Let's go. We can't fight him here.
That's right. I don't need the underworld to summon the dead. And it looks like you apes can't see the blood threads I'm going to bind souls to the skeletons.
Damn it, guys. I looks like an idiot, but he's really good at this. Got us boxed in. You don't have a way out.
I can force my way past them into the jungle. Won't get more than a few meters. I don't think retreat's an option right now, Master.
We have to push through. Right towards Kamatoris.
I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The moment Mash gets close to him, he'll retreat back up to the sky, and the skeletons will completely swarm her. We need a decoy, someone big and tough who won't get hurt in all this. Obviously, it has to be me. Alright everyone, I'll see you later. I should be able to hold out as long as the sun is here, but I would very much appreciate if you come to rescue me as soon as you can. Tepu?
Geronimo!
I don't know why I said that. That word should mean nothing to me. So that's the Dino's barrier. Termisu mentioned in a report. It looks like as strong as an electromagnetic armor.
There, fired a volley of my prize napalm rockets. We now have a clear path to the jungle.
It won't last long though, so I suggest anyone who wants to live get moving and quickly. Senpai.
Hang in there, Tapu. Promise we'll come back for you.
We overheard everything on the comms. We know Tepu stayed behind in enemy territory. Wish we could have combat the enemy numbers with our own, but...
We'll help save Master Tapu. We've got to. But we can't handle Kamatoris. He's just too scary. I know we shouldn't be afraid, but just can't stop shaking. Fool, get a hold of yourselves, soccer raptors. We're not going to demand that non-combatants put themselves in danger. Just need your speed. Run to the temple as fast as you can. Fetch Kukulon. They're ridiculously strong. Should have no trouble handling Andres no thousands of enemies. Our 7th row's already doing that. He screams that he can't find Lady Kukulon anywhere. Damn it! She just never does she just does whatever the hell she feels like, doesn't she? I suppose this is it then. White Sky can't do much against skeletons since they don't desire anything. Kept on over to leave the border right now. Does this mean it's time for Kodak with an anti-beast magecraft and combat focused, so accustomed to fighting on the front lines? Son is an expert alchemist and elite member of Atlas Institute whose plans always go according to her calculations. Myself, an electrical mage and expert commander who issues orders left and right from HQ. And yeah, could probably also do something useful to join Tamisu in battle. I'm not really a combatant, you know. I cannot use threads or pull off combos or anything like that. I overheard the whole thing. It seems my time has come.
Oh yeah, what better way to fight zombies than with mummies?
No one can match me in the art of necromancy. That Kamatoris is even using zombies and skeletons shows just how much he has to learn. If this demon claims to be a skilled summoner, I'll show him the true might of Egyptian technique. The technique that can take out undead comfort and well-being into consideration by ensuring they still have bodies.
Oh, now that's confidence. Right there. I believed you were the same servant who'd been on a losing streak since we got here. Well said, Chris. No chance to redeem yourself even after humiliating Lord of Taluk.
Did you really need to bring that up right now?
Yeah, have some tact, Gordo.
Yes, I can hear them. The voices, the undead. So many here. Even an experienced necromancer can embed them in vessels. You could call out as... 100 undead? He would only capture one. Doubt he cares who he gets as long as they can fight.
The other 99 are just ignoring him.
So the others are just ghosting him? Sure you can beat him?
I am. It's where we fought that turkey. I remember its cry was no ordinary thing. I see now it's because it was calling out to the dead. That's why it affected me so much. You hear the voices of the dead. Shane didn't realize it at the time, and only dismissed it as a healthy morning call. So you essentially left your spirit channel on and dialed up to max volume? More or less, yes. Didn't do me any favors at the time, but at least I can make use of this experience now. Use a layer of spell that mimics the bird's cry over Commodores' necromancy, essentially jamming his signal. Only true exceptional necromancers could hope to keep control of their familiars under those circumstances.
So which did it use to listen to the dead anyways?
Do keep your insolence to a minimum. As my ears, it doesn't matter either way.
So they can both do it? I just... Look, I didn't have the question until you kind of presented it.
We're here. These are the Kanin ruins. Now where's Tapu?
Ouch, these Conan soldiers are hurting me.
Looks like he's tired, but hang in there. Phew, we're not too late.
So you returned, goddamn girl. Good. Struggling like that really gets your blood pumping. So what did you bring this time? A storm, a fire, disease? It doesn't matter. The county warriors are indestructible. You can never defeat them with the kind of violence you use on the lip.
Suddenly, life has new meaning to me. There's beauty up above and things we never take notice of. Suddenly, one day you're in love. Congratulations, Nita Chris. You left him speechless. High five. Come on, don't leave me hanging.
I don't know what's going on, but this would seem to be our chance. I'll open my underworld mirror and cleanse the spirits that fill this land.
Oh no, she's hot. Necromancer, I knew it. You should be ashamed. Revolting, revolting. I want to tear my own eyes out. It's so hideous. Kill that woman, my warriors. Otherwise, she'll send you into a nightmare from which you'll never wake. How dare you hear the voices of the dead even outside the underworlds? It's only room in this life for one necromancer, and that's me.
Do. Going full Nita Chris. Do. This is ridiculous. So I hear you like Nita Chris. Wait, hold on. I know this doesn't seem viable, but I have a really dumb idea to look for here. Let me first give these guys something. Sink Deep will be fine. We'll give you Prisma Cosmos, I think. Actually, no, let's give you Holden Names Winter. And you will give Ocean Flyer. Hold on, I have a really dumb idea. Does anyone have Nitocris on there? Please, somebody, anybody. I'm begging you, this would be too fucking funny. There's one. Not the other one. There's another. Man, y'all need to work on your Nitocris skills. Crows is the best out of here. I guess could do better, but who am I complaining? I got a 5, and what's that, an 8 or a 10 on mine? I don't remember. I think it might be 8 right now. Let's do this. Your spears are clipping into the ground.
冥界以外で死者の声を聞く蛮行許すまじ。
我が身はホルスなりしファラオなる。天空よ。可愛い資料気が合いますね。許します。屍の鏡暗黒の扉扉恐怖の心暗空ねぶたジュゼル。
All right. Boom.
屍の鏡暗黒の扉恐怖暗空ねぶたジュゼル。
What should you just get back? Skill cooldown. Ah, that's what's happening there. Gotcha. Anyways, let's go ahead and trigger this. Trigger this. Fire off a noble phantasm.
私の鏡屍の鏡暗黒の鏡扉恐怖の心暗空ねぶたジュゼル。出ません不敬者。
Be gone.
特別に許可 します。仕方ありませんね。
別に屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶたジュゼル。出ません。
That's great.
天空よ。かわいい。わかりました。
All right, let's clean this up.
屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶたジュゼル。
状況終了。壊滅。そしてマルグ循環に移行しますね。
Ah, perfect. It's perfect. And more bones, bitchin'.
What is this? What just happened?
What happened is you just lost, Demon God. I've written these runes of all the dead spirits gathered here. You no longer have even a single pawn to command.
I said, what just happened?
I just told you. Hot.
No, neither Chris. I can see.
I'm sure there's some fanfics about this. I see there's someone else still on Lost Belt 3. Most people I see are either new or doing Ordeal Call. Yep, I'm making my way through Lost Belt 7. Why did I read that as Lost Belt 3? This entire account has just been making its way through FGO. Slowly but surely. And now we're at Lost Belt 7. On my main account, I just cleared it too. I'm hoping I can complete it before the leyline stones go away. But there's a good chance that won't happen.
Neither Chris.
Anyways, welcome to the stream. I'm Doppel, a doppelganger VTuber. Voices are my bread and butter.
One move and I'll split her from head to toe with my scythe.
So fast. Grabbed me before I even had time to blink.
Now answer me, woman. What just happened here? How did you do that?
You mean how I returned your familiars to the earth? Used my own dead spirits to banish your...
No. The soldiers you command. You were treating those pale ghosts as if they were your own subjects, weren't you?
Leyline stones go away. At the reset tomorrow, either the 5 o'clock reset or the 9 o'clock check-in, it'll be around one of those two times.
Those ghosts were long dead. Any dreams they had vanished along with their souls. And you're going to tell me what? Do you remember each of their names?
What?
Answer me! Do you actually bother remembering them all? Do you really recall these dead people's names and deeds they've every single time you call upon them?
Of course I do. Those ghosts were all once loyal subjects of the Pharaoh.
So a few hours the day after. It will be so tomorrow on that time.
Even so, even if they're no longer with us, I still honor their names and deeds.
You might be today for me, not sure your time zone. Alright, no, it'd still be 24 hours or more. It's 1 a.m. here. You said a few hours away. Well, it'd still be tomorrow then. Because it'd still be a tomorrow for you. Because it is more than 24 hours. No worries. A pharaoh who reigned as briefly as I did is only able to exist as a heroic spirit because I share their pain.
Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. I want to tear my own skin off.
Still have all day after waking up to use them for the boss fights if necessary. Yep. I know I'm gonna need it because in Lost Belt 7, you're fucking locked out of your command seals. Fantastic.
I want to tear my own skin off. I can't take it. I can't take it any longer. It's the worst day ever. Ruined by the worst woman ever. What even are those ridiculous rabbit ears? Make every hair on my body stand on end.
They're jackal ears.
The hell is a jackal? I'm going to Yanakoi. Before healing bath, the spring of the source of night surely thread me these awful chills.
Not spoiler anyone else watching, but I just finished the raid properly. So it's the remaining boss fights now. You have 2 more. Or after, I mean, everyone knows that we're going to be... It's pretty clear anyone watching this far knows we're going to be fighting ORT. Like, we're projecting that since the fucking prelude of, or the fucking epilogue of, or whatever. Or would it be the prologue? Either way, if we're this far in, we know we're fighting ORT. But you have 2 bosses after that. Fancy Frisbee gave me a hard time. Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does. But I'll be honest, on my main account, I was tackling it sometimes with just a single servant. That way I could conserve my roster. I was just like MPing as hard and fast as I could. Instead of overcommitting to it. Because after it uses its NP or it breaks a bar, it basically just gets an instant win against your remaining in line, including your back line. So it wasn't worth it to overstock my roster. Yeah, I had some servants surprisingly carried hard. Serenity soloed a bar. Oh, really? I didn't even get the chance to use Serenity. I was going to, but it never did Rider again by the time I was getting that low on Assassins. Because I wanted to save her for like a full Hassan layup on a Rider bar. But it never did Rider again. Used MP and Arts Chain, so I had MPs 3 turns in a row, which also did a ton of poison damage. Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I get the feeling that I was very insolent indeed. Anyways, I did manage to land a hit on him. Does this mean we've driven him away? Actually, something I found fun about the fight was his weird webbing that didn't let a servant die if he didn't kill them. Meaning I was able to use Magna Carta's usual buff that would kill him and he still survived. I thought that was funny as shit. I did the same with Arash. I didn't go in planning for them to survive it, but it was more of a... Yeah, you potentially could have Arash spam, battery and whatnot. But yeah. Oh my god, what could you do with Chen Gong? I know he only has so much HP, but like Chen Gong on that shit would have been hilarious. War crimes. I haven't really messed with Chen Gong that much, but just thinking of the opponents that do kind of self-destruct. Like there was or well, the allies that self-destruct or sacrifice someone. Just really funny. The shenanigans you could do. I think this counts as a victory. Actually, would be really kind of funny, and I'm almost certain this would almost never work. Almost certain. Is if you could solo his entire bar just with the coin flips off, or solo the entire HP pool just with coin flips off necromancy. I'd love to see if someone could actually do that. You'd have to be the luckiest bastard in existence, but I'd love to see it. Because he seals away everything else except for craft essence. I know that because I had a backup Columbus with a Guts craft essence, and he was sealed up, but his Guts still triggered. Coin flips of Necromancy? Yeah, so the Necromancy craft essence, it basically has a 50-50 chance of reviving you. And it's constant. It never wears off or anything. If you're lucky enough, you can face tank some bizarre shit with it. But, you know, it's a coin flip, basically. And you can't stack it with other guts, except Heracles, who specifically says you can. Indeed, victory is ours, or is yours. I live to see another day. Thank you so much. Nudicrous, you did what no one else has been able to accomplish. You defeated Kamatoris and drove him off. I've no doubt there's going to be a grand festival in Chichen Itza tonight. Should return there with your head held high. I see, a festival, huh? Wait, what? Oh, it's still on a countdown of 2 days? Then it might be the day after tomorrow. I just looked at the thing. That depends on how things count down. We'll see whenever the 5 o'clock reset comes around. It's quite a party. Spectacular work, Nudicrous. No other warrior has ever managed to drive Kamatoris away. Dinos will never forget what you've done. From now on, whenever they encounter a problem, they'll say, Nudicrous didn't give up when she drove off that annoying bat. WWND, what would Nudicrous do? Also, watch on Best Dino, don't at me. I mean, he's competing with Tapu. I don't know. That's a hard competition. I like him, but like, both of them are great. Insolence! Insolence! I don't think they know what that word means, Nudicrous. Huh? So I will regress in the situation.
party's still going. By the sounds of it, I can still hear the dinos all the way out here. This is not how I imagined today would go, but at least Chaldea is super popular with the dinos. As now. Like a toddler saying fuck. Starting tomorrow, we'll be able to focus on repairing the border again. But before that, yes, we need to continue our discussion from earlier. It seems the last cryptor, Davidson Boyd, has plans of his own, entirely separate from the foreign gods. He means to use ORT, wherever it is in this lost belt, to destroy the entire planet. So our top priority now, ahead of tracking down ORT's cutting down the tree of emptiness, is to stop David's plan. Though, of course, since we have not yet been able to detect the tree of emptiness, much less locate it, we can do little in the way of planning to cut it down. Yeah, before crashing, getting taken prisoner in the surprise cultural exchange and the zombie attack, honestly, I haven't even given a thought to searching for the tree of emptiness. How about you, Tiramisu? Mash? Have you two seen anything around that looks like it could be the tree of emptiness?
Not even a hint.
I agree, Senpai. The surface is completely devastated, while this underground world teems with life. I think if we understood Michelin's structure, we have no trouble figuring out where the tree of emptiness is, but...
You people all overthinking things. Things are like the tree of emptiness is always in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the world. Though it seems clear to me we'll find Michelin's tree of emptiness at the southernmost point in the ninth, bottommost stratum, think vertically. And that means once the stormboard is back up and running, we can fly right to it. So for now, let's be patient. Give our technical advisor and Silent time to finish the repairs while we kick back and relax in our air-conditioned rooms.
Not happening, Gordov. Do you forget about the reports of what happened in Mexico City? If we don't do something soon, we won't be able to stop the future where ORT wakes up. We have no idea how long it will be until that happens. The best thing we can do right now is stop Tezcatlipoca and David's plan before they can wake ORT up.
Right, that slipped my mind. Well, the future they saw was already set now. Well, let's stop on their plan, change that.
Of course, if we do nothing, the future they saw in Mexico City will be set. But right now, we're still at the crossroads of that present. Should ORT wake up, we'll no longer be able to alter the future Tezcatlipoca showed us. However, if we can stop ORT from waking, the future is entirely in our hands. Yeah, and that's why we need all the information we can get. Who exactly is Davidson Void? How's he planning to wake ORT? For that matter, what exactly is ORT? We still haven't detected it in Midland, so right now, we can't say whether it's asleep or dead.
That Gordov accent is Australian. It's supposed to be British. Even though I'm pretty sure he's German. But I was already committed to that before I found out he was probably German. So I'm going with the excuse that his tutorer was a homunculus that seems very British, and that he got his accent from her because his parents didn't really give a shit about hanging out with him. That's my excuse for the continued use of British Gordov.
Without that information, we can't really formulate a plan. As much as I wish otherwise. Unfortunately, we don't have any way of finding more information. Neither the Dinos nor the King of Dinosaurs seem to have any knowledge of things outside Chichen Itza.
Now we can infiltrate Mexico City again. Ask David himself. No, that's a dumb idea. If we manage to get in and find him, he'd sooner die than tell us anything. What should we do then? It's been less than a year since David came to this little spell, same as it was for the other cryptids. So where was he all that time? What was he doing? How did someone so opposed to humanity summon Tezcatlipoca? What exactly are ORT in the Tree of Emptiness? If only we could talk to someone who had the answers to those questions. Of course, we'd never be so lucky as for there to be someone around who conveniently has the knowledge we need.
Is that all you need? Because I'm pretty sure I can find the Dinos who knows what the Crypto's been doing since his arrival there in Metzodelian.
Kukulun, when did you get here?
Sorry. The Dinos have been passing me for more than a few stars, so I came here to fetch them as soon as. But your conversation's so interesting, I couldn't help but listening yet. I see. Sorry we didn't notice you. So what is this Metzotelian place? In our world, world's Aztec mythology, it's a part of the name. It's part of the name of the first of the 13 heavens, the bottommost domain, where the moon moved. God, I suck at Spanish. Or not even just Spanish. This is all pre-Spanish, isn't it? I don't know what their language would have been called exactly. Ilhochatal Metztai. Fuck, I'm terrible at this. Don't look at me, I'm Italian.
Don't look at me, I'm German.
Yeah, that ain't Spanish at all. Yeah, it took me a moment. Just like, wait, no, it isn't. It's like Aztec, Mayan, or whatever their language is classified as, which I don't actually know. Either way, please, I grew up learning American English. I could not. And I suck at that already. Please stop torturing me like this. I can't pronounce it either. I do know one person who probably could, but I don't want to bother her too much. She's another VTuber who plays FGO, and she's really into Kamatoris, and she has a lot of South American heritage. She's gone on trips and studied a lot of this firsthand. So she's really knowledgeable about the topic. So, from what you're saying, I gather it's some kind of moonlight facility overlooking all of Michelin. That's right. Unlike the glasses and the sunglasses, I don't know much about the future, causality, or any other complicated topics. But I do still want to help you, so I decided to skip the council meetings in Michelin and come here to talk. If you don't know the answer to a question, ask someone who does. And there's a very knowledgeable Dinos who's good at answering questions at the God fucking damn it. The Metzitalan Observatory. Yes. Please no one ever say that name again. What's that accent? It is my failed attempt at like a very rough South American accent. But unfortunately, it's not working. It is sounding more German. Because it's basically the same type of voice I was trying to give Quetzalcoatl. So I was trying to like mirror that onto Kukulun. But it's been a while since I did that voice. And I always made her sound like these. But it's hard to keep up and it's hard to differentiate it. Because I'm terrible at this. I'm always trying. In fact, a lot of this FGO playthrough has been a lot of voice acting practice. Like, I have several voices I could potentially use, but certain characters have come and gone, and so now they need a new person to use their voices if I want to take full advantage of them. And even some variations of accentations take a little more or personality on them, if you get my drift. Like this one I've used for Moriarty. Well, the Pegasus voice, of course, went to characters like Peppuccino. It's like, that was just a match made in heaven. Some characters have very distinct voices. Some don't.
and some are failed attempts at accentations that I am not good at. It is part of the reason that my Nero is just British now. That's it. I gave up. Like, what am I gonna do? I don't know what Romans sounded like. She's British now. Deal with it. Also, now Boudica is a Southern Belle. I don't know why. I just ran with it because of personality there. Ironically, I also gave Southern Belle to Musashi. And it was the funniest shit, too, because I was doing the Musashi Southern Belle thing. And then, towards the end of it, she used like a turn of phrase that is very Southern Belle. And one of the chatters was like, wait, she actually talks like that? I don't know about voice acting, no. But you're not doing bad at it, as far as I know. I think I had a certain mental voice just for Servants of Writing. It's just jarring because it doesn't match. I do apologize. Like, everyone has their own ways they see people talking. For example, this is what I use for Sherlock Holmes. Musashi is a very cheerful gal, like Suzaka Gozen. Yeah. But the reason I didn't use the Valley Girl voice that I do use for Gozen and Marie Antoinette, which, by the way, my Marie Antoinette's now a Valley Girl, apparently. Was because of the expressions that Musashi makes. Musashi's expressions were a lot softer, always a lot kinder and gentler, just like Boudica's, for that matter. That's why I went the Southern Belle route for them. Of course, Canary Jane, not Canary Jane, that's Pirates 101, Calamity Jane has a Southern Belle as well. Reject queenly grace, embrace Halle Valley Girl, French Queen. See, it's hilarious. So we stuck with it. Because I can't do a French accent. My Jean, I love Jean to death, but like, I can't do a French accent.
This was about as good as I could get. And even this was just sort of a softer sound. Kind of always sounded like I had marshmallows in my cheeks or something.
There have been lots of failed vocal attempts that have just stuck around as unique aspects of a character when they're talking. The thing I'm doing for Kamatores is... So I didn't want him to sound quite like Vlad the Impaler. So I started giving him some more bombastic boom to him. And honestly makes me sound somewhat similar to, well, it had very similar inflections to, I think, Steve Buscemi, or... That actually might be what I'm looking for. Or is that it has like a tinge of that, mixed with the Vlad the Impaler voice. Which, of course, was a very particular lisp. We got a lot of practice with him in the last Singularity, which did make him a bit awkward, since Holmes was also a major player in that Singularity. I had to constantly make sure my inflections are on point, because the tone and deepness of their voices were very similar, so the accentation and inflections had to be just right. It was not simplicity itself.
So there's someone up there with an even greater knowledge of Michelin than you. So where?
Oh, also, I really gotta I got to really flex British accentations during Avalon. I miss Holmes, so do I. He was great. What a fucking champ. Bro literally would rather die than be evil. What an absolute Giga Chad. Well, I'm apparently on the wrong side, but I like you guys. So, I'ma leave. What the hell? And legit, his scene actually made me cry on stream. That was that's been one of the few times FGO's made me cry literally on stream. Oof. Those are always rough. Diver style, the wild hair made him look handsome. Somehow the bested. Ah, what a wonderful time this has been. Man, made me fucking ball. I thought I was ready since I'd already done it on my main account and I'd cried then. I thought I could endure it, but just like the little girl scene from Lost Belt 4 was India, right? Where she was having memories of her father even though she couldn't remember him. That made me cry too. I thought I was ready, but just like that scene, I was not ready. I managed to endure it for the final scene in the Scandinavian Lost Belt. I was ready then. I didn't cry that time. I cried on my main, but like when I streamed it, I was able to endure it. But not those two scenes. And one that almost got me actually was Don Quixote standing up to Constantine. Granted, Don Quixote with a very rough voice to use. Because I was trying to give him something that sounded like a Spaniard. Which, ironically, has made its way into Commatoris's dialect as well. So, yeah, just how a lot of this voice crafting goes. A lot of similarities in them, but really trying to give them a personality of their own. But sometimes you just use something like what I've been giving Scion. Don Quixote was amazing at the end. Much better representation during Columbus, who ain't even Spaniard, but considered by many from Spain because the crown hired him. Yeah, man, Columbus can absolutely go fuck himself. Like, both the Fate version and the IRL version. They can absolutely just get fucked. I saw someone try to do like a got you thing with that with him and Drake's characters because, you know, Drake was alive during an era of slavery as well. But it's like, no, here's the difference with the characters. When servants are summoned to Galdea, they get information. They're updated on so much stuff. And a lot of them do come from eras where there was a lot of not okay stuff going. And they know better now because they've been taught better now. Columbus decided to do it anyways. That's what makes him a bastard. Hell, even at the time, that shakiness of everyone was doing it. Spain was actually very anti-slavery at that point. That's the irony of this. A lot of other kingdoms weren't, but Spain was one on those very anti-slavery. So, fun bit of history at the time there. I don't know if it was explicitly forbidden but they were part of the movement that wanted to abolish it. And to top it off, even then, Columbus is notoriously one of the worst recorded slave owners that we're aware of. Like, sure, there are some awful ones out there. We know that a lot from the American South. But Columbus still ranks really high, and that's horrifying. Fun destroying Columbus. I'll have fun again next year. Man, I feel bad for tiny kid Lumbus. Bro's gonna grow up to be a bastard. Well, I guess as a servant, he's never actually gonna grow up, but like, man, look at your future self. Doesn't he suck ass?
That is, who in the world is this person? They part of the teachings of the sun like you? Good question. The circumstances of our birth are pretty similar. If you think of mine as Miss Lan's new son, she's Miss Lan's new land. She can never leave this place where she was born. And that place, the last destination of humankind that reach on their own power, the observatory that's built in the seventh stratum. It's known as Stop it, please. Someone save me. Metzotelian, the terminal observatory in the home of Princess Shokule. Shakis. I'm gonna go with Shakis. The stargazer known as the archetype Earth. She's the duplicate of the planet Sol. She has existed ever since Mizlan came into being.
And we pull a fast one, make Columbus take the fall. For Ars Nova, make him disappear from the room instead. Imagine if we could fucking do that. Call her X quick. Just like, we go into ordeal call 4, we're on trial. It's like, Columbus did it. I know you're playing me. I know you're playing me, but you're right. Oh, wait, what did I do? Ah! You're a bastard. Get the hell out of here. Man, and I thought I was bad. Blackbeard, you're small potatoes compared to everything else.
The seventh stratum, Metzotelian terminal observatory, almost like the Chaldea of Mictlan.
Thank you, Kukulon. Wasn't expecting a lifeline, but you're truly proven to be our savior. Alright, everyone, at the goddess, getting a new operation. Damasu, Mash, Habitrot, Da Vinci, near to Chris over there, having the time of our life. I've prepared to leave for the seventh stratum at once. Could I ask you to accompany them too, Kukulon? Eventually you'll only be there to handle data analysis.
Foreign god Yuo was actually set up to take the fall. Olga Marie Zedison, Columbus pleased the earth and everything. Yeah, why am I on trial? It's his fault.
You know what? I'll accept it.
Kill him.
You're the strongest fighter around by far. We'd be very grateful if you want to help Damasu.
Of course, yeah, thanks, Director. Now I have the perfect excuse to cancel my annoying council meeting. I can't turn down a request for aid after all. Sai and I will stay here to focus on repairing the border. Gwen Sky, you're on guard duty. What will you do, Korak? You'll be helpful no matter which group you go with. So you should go where you think you can do the most good.
Okay, I'll stay with the border too. Get help with repairs. Going to go over the clock tower files, so they might have something on David. Oh, good idea. I think I'll do the same. Octa files are heavily encrypted now. Need to decrypt them one at a time.
I can help with that, though we'll have to be in my downtime between repair tasks.
Alright, then it's settled. Let's get to work, everyone. Oh, but not right this second. Tabasu and Kirlight still need a rest. I have a responsibility to get 7 hours of sleep, 2 hours of relaxation each day. We depart in tomorrow morning. Till then, take some time and enjoy Chitsanitsa's nightlife, you like.
Yes, sir. Why don't you spend the night at Chitsanitsa too, Commander?
Good point. It's like this doesn't come around every day. Think of it as a vacation near a tropical rainforest and maybe... No, wait, you can't fool me! I just know I'm gonna be mistaken for a giant salto ball the moment I step foot outside. Pass around from Dano to Dano till I end up somewhere I don't even want to imagine.
But first, we should probably rescue Nitocris from the shrine. And since the Dinos want to hear more Lost stories, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We got a long journey ahead of us. Starting tomorrow might be your last chance to talk to them. Make sure to tell them as much as you can.
And that's how I punched God in the face. That's the story of Final Singularity.
Jesus Christ!
And that's the story of the Chinese lost belt.
Well, the vassals is just one human.
Man, that's efficient. Really efficient.
The vassals do all the heavy labor to keep the world running and provide the king with culture. The king elevates it all and makes the primary figure in making further advancements. Technological development could never take a wrong turn in a world like that.
I mean, it did though. It didn't even have Windows Defender, much less any other type of antivirus.
The other Lost Belt worlds were pretty astonishing too, but in terms of completion, the Chinese Lost Belt sounds like it was right at the top.
I don't know. It was still pretty stagnant, just like everywhere else.
I know what you mean. No one in this society ever feels unnecessarily suffering or want things they could never have. Complete, yes, I'd say, but the level of species maintaining the status quo is effectively regressive. No matter how stable the world's species live in Mini B, if that species never changes at all, it will be only a matter of time before other species surpass them, effectively causing them to degrade. But this Chen Hong person managed all this changes himself. How long as they never made a mistake, the Chinese Lost Belt would have been powerful indeed. They did not, in fact, make a mistake, which is why their empire became eternal. Just too bad their own lifespan was limited. Not necessarily physically, since they did acquire an immortal body, but mentally. Almost sounds as though the Great Wall they built enclosed their mind, as well as their nation. That part I honestly don't understand. Why would a human of that caliber stop trying to grow their territory? Isn't that why they became emperor in the first place? To grow humanity's domain as far as possible.
The expanding to outer space wasn't worth the cost. I'd say it was probably a combination of space travel not seeming to be worth the cost and an interest in pursuing their own evolution. Chen Shi Hong was the ultimate human in real sense. I'm gonna be heading out to sleep already. Have a good time. Good luck. All right. Thanks, Jack. Glad you could swing on in. I appreciated it. I hope you have pleasant dreams. Good night. Their ideology was socialistic, yes, but it was because they truly believed themselves to be the pinnacle of humanity. And since they were so strong in both mind and body, they probably never saw a need to compare themselves to others. It's the same ideal Cristeria tried to bring about. Chen Hong loved their subjects and strove to advance the human species as much as possible. They were a perfect person, a true Zinaren. But unfortunately, there's no one in that world who would stand as Chen Hong's peer, which ended up leaving them as the only human there was.
Oh, they're a really hard-headed human. That kind of sounds like Tepu. He never lets anything stop him, even when we're all alone. He's all alone. Oh, those other Lost Belts are amazing. He could never try surviving after an extinction. Or we could never try to keep surviving after an extinction. And none of us care about having our species flourish or trying to evolve further. Really? Surely you guys don't want to go extinct either, right? We do try to avoid death, but not the same thing as try to avoid extinction. That required a way of looking at things which was very focused on us. Specifically, we live for something bigger than ourselves. That said, no Dino could put into words exactly what that bigger thing is. But you taught us that our world is a lost belt. A world is meant to be pruned away. We're grateful to you for that. Not envious of any other lost belts or of proper human history, because we know that our Michelin is already complete and perfect world. Yeah, we all love Michelin. We're all grateful to Lady Kukalan. But you know, I do wonder if our lost belt's as meaningful as a world as the others. I hope so. There you are, Walkchan. I've been looking for you. Are you feeling like your old self yet? It's no use. Nothing I do works. I don't want to do anything at all ever again until the sun disappears forever. Your brainwaves aside, you seem like you're still in peak physical condition. Let me give you this message. The Chaldeans will be heading to the 7th Stratum at daybreak. If you would be willing to go with them as their porter, it would be a tremendous help. Whoa, the 7th Stratum, that's amazing! That's practically a stone throw from the dreaded land. Even I've only been there once. My dad took me when I was a kid, and I only remember seeing the stars there. That sounds like a ton of fun. I guess those guys will go anywhere as long as they have a goal. Oh, but Olga's gonna be there too, right? I don't know what to say to her. Now I know I should have said something to cheer her up instead of just disappearing, but... Walkchan, Olga Marie is no longer in Chichen Itza. She and the Chaldeans have gone their separate ways. I doubt she'll ever return. Oh, how did that happen? I thought they were friends. Oh, what do you know, Teppo? This would seem a good idea to explain. I can only guess based on the information I was able to piece together, but I believe you, Olga Marie, to be Chaldea's enemy. No, not just that. She may also be the greatest threat to the Dinos as well. You've heard their stories about proper human history in the Lost Belts, yes? You know how the world outside ours, the civilizations of Earth, was erased by the Bleached Earth phenomenon, right? Well, the Bleached Earth phenomenon didn't just erase civilization, it also scored every living thing from the planet. The being responsible for that is the foreign god, an alien who wiped out over 7 billion humans all on her own. And you, Olga Marie, is that foreign god. At least, so I believe. There are a few points that don't quite add up, so I can't be completely certain. All that aside, whether by coincidence or miracle, we're able to speak and travel with her for a time, but no more than a dream bound to end sooner than later. Quite frankly, our journey with her was a mistake. You're kidding me. Please try to calm down, Lord Volkov. The king may not be here right now, but we're still in the presence of the Solar Soldier. If you flap your wings too loudly...
Shut up! How are you not bothered by this? How long are these fools going to keep falling all over themselves, fawning over these damned outsiders? Even the king of dinosaurs is going along with it. Have they no reverence for their holy Jolta shrine? That shrine is meant to be where we give thanks to the sun's cycle. It's not a place to celebrate outsiders. How many times are you gonna make the same mistake before it gets through their thick skulls? What good has foreign culture ever brought us? That damn cryptist knowledge has been nothing but poison. The inclusion of language has only created disparities between dinos, and the Olmecs have been growing stronger at an alarming rate. The only reason you cretins aren't worried is because you don't know how far Mexico City has come. If there were only winged dinos besides me, they would tell you, just as I have, how terrifying that city really is.
Please calm down, Priest Volko. Other priests will come by if you make too much noise.
No, they won't. They're all down there at the Jolta Shrine making fools themselves of the story of Kamatora's defeat. They have no sense of urgency, no concern whatsoever about the impending danger. Why is that? Is it because you cretins never had any natural predators? Because you never knew how terrifying it is to be the only one of your kind? We may find a way to wipe out the Olmecs. We must find a way to wipe out the Olmecs. We ignore Mexico City's growing power at our own peril. Dino's rules in Mictlan. It's about time we started thinking that way. And yet Kukulkan has left the Olmecs to do whatever they please. Next thing you know, she's brought back human child and named him King of all Dinos. And then, just when we thought she'd gone off to observe Mexico City from a distance, comes back dressed like a damn Ocelot. This all happened recently. Proper human history knowledge has tarnished Mictlan and our son. In fact, that woman has been far too welcoming to those proper human history outsiders ever since she learned of this God concept.
You mustn't say such things, Lord Volko. Please, at least refrain from putting such thoughts into words.
Shut up! This isn't my fault. It's the fault of the king and the god who made me think this in the first place. Who do you think I am, anyways? I'm a rare predator, the only kind of dinos blessed enough to be chosen by the skies. It should be me standing at the top of the Dino Society. Do you have any idea how much of myself I devoted to Mictlan for that purpose? Despair, repugnant king of dinosaurs! Despair, useless Kukulkan! That the crypta showing up could change our entire culture proves that we never had a culture of our own to begin with!
Eep, you're exactly right, Lord Volko. No one loves Mictlan more than you do. You're the perfect dinos to lead us.
Alright, move ahead with the plan we discussed. Tell East Kali I will agree to a second meeting, in secret. A plan to steal the sun, huh? It's bold, I'll give him that. But it was at least worth hearing what he had to say. Certainly can't think of a better pretext. Fine, if it will really save our dying son, he can have Chitzen Itza.
I heard you're heading to Metztitalan. I have some experience with the journey to the seventh stratum. Do you mind if I came along as your guide? I was hoping you would. I agree. We won't have anything to fear as long as you're there with this Tapu.
Hey, the line's working all right. You guys really hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Miniere. Michelin's magnetic field is pretty strong. In fact, every stratum has its own atmosphere density, magical energy concentration, and background radiation levels. Luckily, over the past few days, Professor figured out a way for our comms to actually adjust their signal to suit the environment. We still won't be able to contact each other while we're in the underworld, since levels seem to be similar to singularities in certain ways. But otherwise, we should be good to go.
And we should be able to communicate while you're in the 7th stratum. That's great. We'll support you as best we can from here. You're leaving too, Lady Nito? Oh, damn, we're gonna miss you. But I guess we're gonna go. You've gotta go, since the 7th stratum. I mean, the 8th stratum's coming towards his hideout. If he shows up again, it's good. It's gonna be up to you to defeat him. Take care, Big Sis Tamasu. Big Sis Smash for us. Of course. That poor excuse for a necromancer's no match for me. Once we conclude our business at Tolian, we'll return to your city. Be ashamed to let that new fame get away. So when I get back, we're gonna be holding the Nitocris Cup we talked about last night. Woo! I can't believe we're gonna have another altar ceremony. Nothing can stop us now. I only beat Kamatoris because it's essentially a bad matchup for him. I had a number of advantages going on. But if we're to run to Tulak the Ring God again, I don't think I can defeat her as I am now. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. I went down to look at the shops first thing in the morning. I lost track of time. And they were even out of the things I was looking for. Just goes to show you. You should prep for an event ahead of time. Not to worry, Kukulin. I have everything we need for camping out. We're all good to go. I've been guiding Tiramisu and Mash as the 1st stratum after all. Then I guess I just need to come along for the ride. Good job, Tafu. Of course, I'll do the best I can. But why do you sound so happy about this? Because you've never been so proud of any of your accomplishments before. It proves you've gotten better at asserting yourself and showing us when you're serious. I don't know that I agree with that. You two wouldn't either, would you? No, I totally would. When you adjust your glasses, I can tell you mean business. You two may not realize this yourself since you're such a naturally gentle soul, but you clearly feel a great deal of responsibility for the jobs you accept and results you produce. I see. Well, the things my glasses wasn't really meant to convey my emotions. I made these myself. They help me avoid looking upon things I shouldn't. Still hearing what you both had to say just now was wonderful. I hope I can remember this moment perfectly forever. Aww. Okay, we should probably get going. It should take us about 2 days to reach the 7th stratum from here. We should be pretty safe with this lineup, but make sure you all stay sharp on the road anyways. Oh geez, we're already in trouble. The hell are they thinking? They trying to burn down the whole jungle? I guess this means we've entered their territory, the 5th stratum. Even so, I can't believe they tried to blast it with fire before we got close to them. They just not care about the jungle or the animals that live in it? I don't think we can talk our way out of this one, although I did understand a tiny bit. No time to be scoping things out. See that guy? He's the leader around here, captain of their squad. He's best take him out right now, or he's gonna be thorn our side for whoever knows how long. All right, you guys better turn that machine gun to scrap metal, punt off the quaint. Excuse me, and punt off the quaint sky out.
Let's see, for what we're up against, do you? I gotta swap you guys out. Do. Yeah. Think that'll do.
Let's see.
楽しくなるでしょ。
肥大収束
式はこうしてあげるもの。目を覚まさない。
装填済みです。
モール
Let's warm up.
いくよ有効レンジ入りました。
Ow.
了解発進準備
よく
完了だ
見ました。
早くスライド
Let's go, Da Vinci!
困難を乗り越えるその勝座を今示そうビューティフルジャーニーさあ行けるところで行ってみよう
モールゴ
Surprised you lived through that. Time to smite some fools.
誰であれ
いい判断。
戦う心があるのなら
Did you ruin this dream? I cannot bear to see. Good, very good.
私の足
Pray for forgiveness at my feet.
落ちよ。
Fall, row this Camelot.
キャメロット。
パラドクセージセット
Alright. Boom,
いい
boom,
判断です。
boom.
せーの
Gotta get that boom, boom, boom.
いくよはっ
Alright. Pop this. Do this.
とても楽しかったともこのアングルバッチリ
Increase MP resistance. Gotcha. That's what you're
発進
doing.
誰であれ完了だ戦う心があるのなら
So this isn't gonna hurt you that much then.
どんな未来が待とうとも
Yeah, it did alright.
忘れるのが私たちの課題なの
They add
ボンビ
just some combos if you prefer them. Gotcha. Yeah, that wasn't too shabby. For an AoE on a single target.
東映保管これは多くの道多くの夢
500%!
証明せよロードキャメロット
モールゴ
7 EPs.
手に入らない。
Let's see.
最大ダメージお任せください被弾確率収束一歩了解時短装填済みです差し込むこれでト
That works.
ブハイアグルバースター
Did that ignore defense? What is that? Oh, I don't like that. Ignore defense up and deal damage. Okay.
さて、どこから潰したものか。
Get rid of that, and then do
いい
this.
判断です。
差し込む
事実。神戸を垂れよ。
Be
恐怖
gone.
を希望もない。何人。通るにあたわず。モルゴー。やっと
Who trifling
な
matter?
のに終わりだなんて。いつの世も反乱部。
See, there are cornfields around here too.
Of course, corn is considered the flesh of the gods. It's been modified to grow anywhere and everywhere in its land. It's also one of the Dino's primary source of energy, second only to the sun. As luck would have it, we have an excellent harvest today. Tomorrow we will be entertaining we'll be entering the 6th stratum, the 3rd underworld. While I'm accustomed to it, the rest of you will be seeing the galactic sand dunes for the first time. So tonight, I want you all to get plenty of nutrients and rest up for the trek ahead of them. Across them. I also have some sauce Baker was kind enough to prepare for us on the storm border.
You put in that black water, the holy coin. It looks kind of evil to me. What is it exactly?
It's called soy sauce. If you brush it over corn before cooking it, well, see the results for yourself.
Yay, it's roasted corn. I think Kukulon just ate more corn in one sitting than most people could in their lives. The Kukulon, king of this lost belt, is now just a roasted corn eating machine.
Kukulon, maybe that's enough. You'll give yourself a terrible stomachache if you overeat. And again, she's eaten 10 times her body mass in corn already, so maybe there's no sense worrying.
Oh, good here. Doppel, no helping. I've been missing out on this tasty treat for 100,000 years. So I've got to make up for lost time, yes? Probably this is just downright devious. You're recklessly crazy. Why would you invent something that makes corn taste this good? Do you want the whole world supply devoured?
You should try butter.
Well, I won't let that happen. I'm a god, you know. If it ever looks like we're about to run out of corn for good, I'll do everything in my power to make sure we don't.
So this is culture shock. Terrifying. Seems we have a new possible cause of extinction on our hands. I'll look after Kukulon, so don't worry about her. Enjoy your after dinner chat. Come on. There's more corn over here. Nino's really never cultivated much in culinary techniques, so I guess this is all very new and exciting for her. I'm glad the roast corn makes her so happy, though. I expected she'd like it since she's humanoid like us, but it's good to get some confirmation.
No, Da Vinci, you may be a little late to be asking this, but if Kukulon is this Lost Belt's god, why does she look like a human, and not like a Dinos?
Good question. I don't blame you for wondering. Whenever humans imagine being superior to themselves, they usually think of giants or beastmen. Their tendency is to mix a familiar human form with characteristics no ordinary human could possess. By that standard, you'd expect Kukulon to look a lot more like Dinos than a human.
Hear me, O evil last call, that your days are numbered. I shall not rest until every last kernel of you is in my belly.
Are you sure she's not actually a dinosaur?
Don't Habitat, I understand how you feel, but that's not nice to say. Okay, I was hoping to gather a little more information first. This seems like a good opportunity to move our schedule. Up our schedule and hold an emergency briefing. It's going to be kind of heavy for an after-dinner conversation, though, so be ready for that.
Oh boy.
Alright, I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer.
We ironically don't see this pose that often. Even though I'm pretty sure this is the pose for her servant. Isn't it? Like whenever you summon her?
I'm sure you've been wondering about the origins of Mesoamerica, the Magecraft world, and why the 7th Lost Belt turned out the way it did. We should have discovered or discussed this at the start, so on behalf of Chaldea, I'm sorry it took this long to get to. But while we maybe took the scenic route to get to it, the time has finally arrived. Are you ready, everyone? You ready, Tiramisu? Then let's get this episode of Da Vinci's Mythology Corner started. Hooray! First off, Tiramisu. I believe Mash already told you the proper Rune history is Chichen Itza and the relationship between Mayan and Aztec mythology, right? Do you remember what she said? Mayan stuff came first, followed by the Aztec. Some were teachings the same, some were different. Very broad strokes, but since we're discussing the Lost Belt, I guess a basic understanding will do for now. And then, taking all that into consideration, let's go over the journey so far. We originally infiltrated the 7th Lost Belt in South America to finally settle the score with the foreign god. But after breaching the storm wall, instead of the South American continent we expected to see, we found Pangea, the massive supercontinent that's once contained all of Earth's landmass. Immediately after, the ground split open, revealed what can only describe as light we don't yet understand. That light struck the storm borders, sending it crashing down to the underground world known as Mictlan. As you'd expect from its name, Mictlan strongly reflects the characteristics of Central America, rather than South America. The most likely because this Lost Belt's roots, that is, the basic idea underprinting it, comes from Central America and proper human history. So it'd be more accurate to refer to this as the Central American Lost Belt than the South American Lost Belt? True, but its surface coordinates are still in South America, so let's stick with South American Lost Belt. Now, here's my first observation. Let's dig a little deeper into Central American mythology. In addition to being closely tied in the natural world, Central American mythology also tried to focus on an astronomical perspective. They took a great interest in outer space. In fact, there's still a lot of depictions of rockets pointed towards the skies that remain in Mesoamerican murals and relics today. Why is that? The Magecraft world has a theory. They think the Mayan civilization's interest in outer space may have started with a figure who already knew plenty about it. As in an alien? Yeah, it came from outer space, but it wasn't the kind of creature you're probably imagining. 66 million years ago, during the fifth of the Big Five extinction events, an enormous meteorite crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. The resulting shockwaves, believed to become the heat wave, which can cover the entire planet, effectively ending the dinosaurs' time as Earth's dominant life forms. I understand the dinos are different from dinosaurs, so I've been told their bodies are equally strong and durable. So if this event wiped out the dinosaurs and changed the entire ecosystem, it must have been quite the disaster. Yeah, earthquakes created by the meteorite's impact exceeded a magnitude of 11, resulting tsunamis were easily over 300 meters tall. Recently, some people have come to believe that another meteorite landed in West Africa at around the same time. But either way, there's no question about the impact on the Yucatan Peninsula. There's just too much evidence of it. There's a 160-kilometer crater along the peninsula, Iridum. A rare metal was discovered there too. And above all, the enormous underground cavern that was clearly formed by a meteorite impact. You see, there's lots of springs called cenotes in the Yucatan Peninsula. They're essentially very deep pits with groundwater bubbling up at the bottom, which made them crucial sources of water. And one of the reasons these cenotes formed in the first place was a result of the changes the meteorite impact had on the bedrock, which explains why so many of the cenotes are connected to each other underground, like a giant ant colony. See, this means there must have been a massive underground world running between the Yucatan Peninsula as far back as 66 million years ago. For the people living there at the time, the underground world of Xibalba with Mayan mythology was very real. Over time, the underworld myth was brought into Aztec mythology as well, where it was reborn as Mictlan. The Magecraft world believes the primal fear the locals had of Mictlan wasn't a product of legend, but because that very fear was inscribed in their DNA, so they weren't normal humans. No, they were perfectly normal, except for one additional factor. The Yucatan Peninsula meteorite was absolutely chock full of resources, and I don't just mean the kind of rare metals that are nearly impossible to find on Earth. I mean matter, or even life forms that didn't exist on Earth at all. What I'm saying is, aliens arrived at the same meteorite that hit the Yucatan Peninsula.
You're kidding me. I know it's hard to believe, but the only explanation that makes sense. At any rate, the meteorite came with an intelligent life form from another planet. We don't know whether they used life on Earth as a host body like parasites, or they outright fused with them. Either way, this intelligent life arrived on Earth, resulting in the rapid rebirth and development of advanced life on the planet. What more, it did so in a way beings like ourselves could reproduce sexually, could never duplicate. These extraterrestrials had to multiply quickly over a large area and without pause, so they could cover all of Earth. The best way they could do that was via the natural world's most abundant form of life, plants. This means the beings which arrived from the meteorite weren't conscious beings, but fungi with the ability to store and convey information. They parasited Earth's plants and helped them to develop their seeds. Once humans came around, they were revered as the incarnations of nature itself. Those are the roots of all the Mesoamerican gods. They would attach to just about anything and lend them their power. At the time, they probably appeared as natural forces themselves. Sometimes I bet they used animals as their host bodies, other times we've been surprised they used humans. In time, the people would eventually form the Mayan culture were born. Those who were most capable with the compatible with the fungi became priests, kings, and sometimes gods. So basically, the Magecraft worlds believed this is what was these fungi, which gave the Mayan people their visions of outer space, the fungi's homeworld. So these aliens, these visitors attached to the meteorite 66 million years ago, origin of civilization's gods? What does that remind me of? Da Vinci, when you say fungi, are you talking about the mushrooms we know today? Well, recently there have been theories that all fungi on Earth not only share a common language, but that they also communicate through their own underground network, a topic for another time. In retrospect, calling them fungi may have been misleading, more closely resembling the roots of a plant than anything else. Imagine microscopic life forms that operate entirely via nerve tissue. And you'd have the right idea, yet they look a lot like living filaments. Anyways, while these fungi or plant roots, or whatever they want to call them, were able to store and convey information, they weren't able to achieve consciousness, intelligence on their own. It may sound bad, but in many ways, they were like a virus that needed a host body to survive. I think that by attaching to a host, these things were able to advance the host's species, secure a livable biosphere. Carrier of the gods. I've heard that as a family, the Maze Association has been watching over mystic fungi at the Age of Gods for generations. It's the same kind of thing? Yeah, the origins may be different, but the carriers of the gods follow the same logic. The result is a human infected with divine blood who can manifest mystic with the Age of Gods here in modern times. It doesn't get much rarer than that. In Aztec mythology, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca often appeared as humans despite being gods. But if Quetzalcoatl was actually god filaments using the king of that age of the host body, then it all makes sense. First, these aliens attached themselves to plants which caused plant life to flourish. This resulted in Central and South America's massive jungles and rainforest. They then used the plant's roots spread out underground as a nervous system to cultivate around the world. Over time, they noticed the emergence of humans, Earth's prime species, and oversaw the end of the Age of Gods. With these beings' own time run out, they accepted they would never return to their home in outer space and decided to entrust their hopes and dreams to their children inhabiting the Earth's surface, humans. And that is the story behind the Mayan and Aztec civilizations. Their mythology still remembers Earth's Big Five extinction events, yet doesn't portray them in a negative light. Its mythology focused on the rebirth of species, filled with the will to overcome even the worst world-ending disasters. They accepted extinction and worked to overcome it. Kukulkan is asleep now, so I overheard her discussion. If I understand you correctly, Da Vinci, you're saying that human history diverged based on the species. These extraterrestrials chose to carry on their wish to return to their home. In proper human history, they chose humans, and in this South American Lost Belt, they chose dinos, us. Does that mean this Lost Belt began after the mass extinction event 66 million years ago? If so, this Lost Belt be the longest history any of them by far. No, for that matter,
mean the Lost Belt's prime species has been developing for even longer than proper human history. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all correct. There's still a lot we don't know. It's safe to say the meteorite that crashed down on the Yucatan Peninsula marked the point where this Lost Belt began. But I can't see what happened after that. Why does Cucullin look human instead of like a Dinos? Why did this Lost Belt's god filament choose to parasite dinos and not humans? The dinosaurs would also have been wiped out during the fifth big extinction event. So if the filaments were going to choose any species to parasite, surely they would have chosen mammals, the dominant form of life, just like they did in proper human history. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I've at least got the broad strokes right. I probably could have inferred a little more if Holmes were here, but this is the best I can do on my own. I see, so you need more information to make additional inferences. Why don't we try looking at it from a different angle? We may not know why the god filaments chose the dinos. But what you do know is the basis for what are being chosen? Oh, sure, that much is pretty clear. Before I go on, I'd like to just go over some facts. Tiramisu, based on the information we've gathered so far, what can you say about the dinos? Skin has unique characteristics. Whoa, you noticed. Impressive. Okay, now let's go over the rest of the answer. They, of course, have the same musculature as dinosaurs. They can camouflage themselves like chameleons. They can communicate telepathically. They're all herbivores despite the diversity in their species, and they can nullify physical impacts using biowaves. It should be impossible for those traits to evolve on Earth organically, their high intelligence in particular. I don't mean that it's impossible for them to be smart. I mean that most herbivores simply wouldn't be capable of it. It's just not feasible at their size. Dinos would be able to obtain the required nutrients for survival on herbivore diets alone, which means the dinos must be replenishing the energy they need via different means. Teachings of the sun, they're to live off water and sun alone. Oh, you mean the dinos are? Yeah, they're conducting photosynthesis all the time, thanks to the god filament's evolutionary help. This Lost Belt's prime species, the dinos, are a hybrid of both flora and fauna. They've been this world's dominant form of life for 66 million years. They're way more advanced than humanoids like us. I can't believe it. I had no idea we were such incredible creatures. You sure are. You all probably don't think about it. But you dinos are actually the perfect intelligent life forms. Every last one of you is strong. You don't have to compete with each other for resources to survive. In a way, you're just like the vision Cristeria had for the ideal species, or humanity, a species whose members would never need to fight amongst themselves. Glad it was the dinos who were the ideal species. The ideal prime species. Yes, Cristeria's goal wasn't a pipe dream after all. The ideal species he hoped to exist right here. The fact they're also kind like Tepu makes me so happy. That being said, even though I can make an educated guess about the meteorite hitting the Yucatan Peninsula being the branching point for the South American Lost Belt, I still have no idea why it ended up with this unusual structure. The only way we're going to find out is by going to this observatory. But first,
Gotta get through the next checkpoint. Third underworld. Then again, this time, we've got Nitocris, Da Vinci, and the ridiculously overpowered dinosaur god snoozing away over there. So I'm sure we can handle anything this place throws at us. Bring it on, I say.
Vinci's guesses were mostly correct. We did fall from outer space. We did end up stranded on this planet. In your world of proper human history, we are the ones who instigated the fifth mass extinction event 66 million years ago. But this is a lost belt. In this world, thanks to a tiny deviation in its path, the meteorite that devastated the Earth arrived 250 million years sooner. And that is where our worlds parted way, also where the Midland you see here began.
For 234 million years, we used our roots to keep the supercontinent together. But then, 66 million years ago, this planet faced a third extinction level event. In proper human history, this is where the old world ended and the new Cenozoic era began. Instead of waiting for humans like you to appear later, we chose them to carry on. We chose the prehistoric children who continue to survive so valiantly on this planet, just like those of you who will be born later. Looks like everyone's still asleep. Oh, you woke up? What a coincidence, so did I. Since I'm up anyways, I decided to give Habitat a break and keep watch for her. I was just admiring Miss Land's night sky. Go get some more sleep. I got the lookout stuff covered, yes. You're not going to go back to sleep? Then would you like something to drink? You need to stay hydrated, right? Oh, you want to know? I was seeing stars even though it's so deep underground. Fortunately, Miss Land's night sky isn't actually a window into outer space. It just looks like one. The stars we're seeing are just a model using in photo sirens to imitate what the real night sky long ago looked like. The only real celestial body here is the sun. Even that technically is fake, since it's actually a really tiny artificial recreation of the real thing. No, I might have just been imagining things, but... Yes? Really pretending to be asleep earlier, Kukulin. Hi. Hello. Welcome to the stream, Arya. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're playing Fate Grand Order today. We're making our way through Lost Belt 7. Wow, you saw right through me. I didn't think it was really my place to speak up there, so I figured pretending to be asleep would be the best way to not interfere. How far are you through? We're on our way to the third underworld. So we're in the second half. I mean, the whole conversation would come to a screech and how they asked me to weigh in, you know. What do you think, Ukulan? How do you meet lining up like these? I wouldn't have known what to do if you asked me those kind of questions. But if you asked that I had to answer, and since I can't lie, well, I decided to pretend to be asleep and wait until the storm passed. I see, so you have some secrets then. Oh, but they kept something from... You kept something from the adventure too, didn't you? There was a moment you could have pointed out you was wrong. You chose not to say anything. Why is that? You already know whose dream it was you saw when you were back in Chichen Itza, don't you? Is it because you didn't want to interrupt? Or is it because you realized I was already faking being asleep? And you knew instinctively as you spilled the beans I'd kill you? I didn't even notice the contradiction. The fact you thought to even say that proves you did know. I don't know what you decided to keep quiet, but I'm kind of glad you did. Thank you. Anyways, that's enough joking around. You guessed that. That dream you saw came from the Mala, the gods filming through the dear Mizland. I don't know how you ended up harmonizing with Mizland so well, but you didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with telling everyone what you saw and discussing it with you. But there's a pretty good chance that doing so would expose someone's thoughtless deeds. But I guess she will no one to blame but myself for that. Yeah, well, good, but I honestly don't remember what I saw. You mean you forgot what they're saying almost as soon as you wake up? Are humans just like that? Ah, man, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm the same way. I thought I was the only one who was so forgetful. Okay, I'm going to say goodnight again.
Just chalk all this up to a day and forget that when you wake up. I mean, don't worry about anything. I'll be keeping watch all night.
Okay. Okay, back to bed. Oh, we got 2 days remaining on that, but 1 day remaining on this. Third underworld. Shuttle. Okay. Oh boy.
What is the third layer of the underworld like? It is a strange place, permanently covered in the darkness of night. There are gentle breezes, lots of oases with clean water, and a starry night sky that stretches on as far as you can see. The only downside, the dinos can't stay there long, given the lack of sunlight. It's the only desert in Midland, and it's a very peaceful place for stargazing. A desert, at least familiar terrain. Now you're starting to speak my language. A desert is indeed beautiful as night. I can even teach you how to use the stars to navigate there.
Can't wait to have that not be the case, like it has been the previous 2 times.
What in the world happened here?
Taboo!
Well, this is embarrassing. I think I give up. None of the underworlds are how I remember them. Endless grains of sand everywhere you look. Arid air without a hint of moisture. Heat more oppressive than even the jungle. Mash, could you tell me exactly what the current temperature is? 80 degrees Celsius, 166 Fahrenheit? I see. Then I could dry up at Dino's in a few days. Frankly, I would like nothing more than to go home, but don't worry. We have a specialist with us. Nitocris, please do something about this.
What do you expect me to do? This isn't a desert, it's a hellscape!
If you were to shrug off these sandstorms, which ways as well be barrage, which may as well be a barrage of needles, there's still the air, which is hot enough to boil water, not even mentioning the weird gravity. An oasis won't do us any good if it's floating too high for us to reach. Well, you can still float there on the wind, no? Mash told me how you're the incarnation of the god of the sky. Given all your knowledge of the desert and your ability to fly, I can think of no better god to entreat for help. Please. I mean, yes, I am, but floating on winds this strong would be, it would be suicide. I don't recommend flying around here or even jumping too high, no. In addition to the strong wind, everything above 400 meters is a vacuum with low gravity. It may look like a clear blue sky is exactly the same as being in outer space. Exactly. Think, Kukulin. I think Midland's god of the wind would understand. The sky in this level of the underworld is no sky at all. And since outer space is well beyond my jurisdiction, we'll just have to hoof it.
I don't suppose you brought a buggy with you, Da Vinci.
No, but I'm really wishing I had. I knew I should have been working on Bastion on 4 in secret.
Hang on, we're not going to be reaching an oasis anytime soon, right? We should turn back. Servants might be fine, but Terrasu won't make it an hour out here. Your Mysticode's temperature regulation was just barely enough even in the jungle, right, Terrasu? So trying to cross this desert is going to feel like trekking through a steam bath. Your canteen be empty for noon. What are you going to do if you collapse out here?
Good point, Habitat. I agree. Just go back to the jungle for now. Stock up on water then.
Jungle's gone. What? Jungle's gone.
Oh, shit. I don't see the jungle we came from anymore. The sand just blocking our view? I hope that's all there is to it. Hang on. Let me send in Typhon to take a look. Meanwhile, we should stay together so the sandstorm doesn't separate us. Hold hands, grab onto each other's clothes, whatever you need to do. Typhon's back. What'd she find, Da Vinci? Bad news. She couldn't find her way out of the desert. Somehow, even though we're just arrived from the jungle, we're out in the middle of the desert. Must be an underworld trial. I'm making sure Senpai has enough water as a matter of life or death. Only could at least mitigate this heat somehow. Yeah, I'm against continuing on like this, too. Damn it. Let the cool environments in the first and second underworld lure me into a false sense of security. I should be able to generate some water, but as hot as it is, that isn't going to save Tiramisu or Tapu from heat exhaustion. I don't think it was going to be this bad either. Damn it. I know I should have gone to the shops a little more. If only we had a yellow cucumber from Chichen Itza, we should be able to regulate Tiramisu and Tapu's body temperatures. Not your fault, Kukuline. Almost nobody uses yellow cucumbers these days. Only a very old shopkeeper would even think to stock them. Flashback. Here, have all this shit. Is this what you're talking about? Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Tapu. I'm sorry, truth be told, my mind reached its boiling point some time ago. Tell me, Tiramisu, where did you get that? At a shop, and luckily, I have enough for both of us. Thank you, don't mind if I do, chomp. Ah, what vitality, what energy, almost like ice moving through my veins. Normally, being out here would be suicide. Just now, I feel incredible. Go on, Tiramisu, try it. Meant that tell me twice. You ate it as is? Are you sure it's safe for humans, Senpai? Tastes like apples, grapes, oranges, peaches all at once.
What the?
So it's a cooling fruit or a vegetable that excels at helping people beat the heat similar to green cucumbers. It did look pretty good. Shame you only brought 2 of them. This is fabulous. With yellow cucumbers that good, you won't need any more water for the rest of the day. Thank goodness you managed to find such a well-stocked shop, Tiramisu. And of course, great job making sure you're prepared for anything. Well, actually... Oh, Shepard just sent me an alert. Hostiles! Please be careful, everyone. Heat signatures are burrowing through the ground towards us. Worry not. Any demonic beasts that live in the desert is subject to my jurisdiction. This time for sure. I, Pharaoh Nudicrus, will take the lead here. The rest of you fall back and save your strength for later, just in case. As for you, Tiramisu, now that the fruits adequately hydrated you, I'd like you to help by performing some simple heroic spirit summons. On it! It's not working. What was my skill level? Yeah, I'll go with this. All right.
それでは参りますよ。ご一同。
Let's do this.
ファラオの遺構をここに。わかります。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉、恐怖の心、アンスーネブタグゼル。
All
それが良いでしょ。それが良いでしょう。もしもし。ザザーンザザーン。たくさん出ません。
Move debuff. Play this. There we go.
特別に許可します。それが良いでしょう。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、アントゥーネブタチュゼル。
Alright, they're down. Big schnuck.
それがわかります。
I got
も
sealed.
しもし。ザザーンザザーン。たくさん出ません。わかります。それが良いでしょ。わかります。ザザーン。天罰。もしもし。たくさん出ません。
This thing is big. This thing is scary. This thing's gonna kill me.
わかります。許します。もしもし。
Maybe I should have gone the Atlas uniform and give it another turn of invincibility.
たくさん出ません。ファラオの意向をここに。
Oh, yay. Well, that sucked.
特別に許可します。特区、それが良いでしょう。
Go quickly before he kills the fuck out of us.
屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、アントゥーネブタチュゼル。
There we go.
冥界ツアーへご案内。なんでもありません。
Were you trying to kill me? If I'd been anyone else, you would have succeeded. Of course not. The summoning ritual just kind of stopped. You weren't able to summon anyone? Didn't you say you could summon any heroic spirits you want when you were in the underworld? Forget insolence. Failing to summon a downright incompetent. I appreciate your faith in my abilities, but you widely overestimated me. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Pharaoh Nitocris. It's right here. I saw the whole thing. Senpai's summoning ritual didn't go off without a hitch, and it seems like something external nullified it before it could work. I'm guessing it's something to do with a rule that's unique to this level of the underworld. Oh, I didn't realize. A summoner who's lost their ability to summon is like a bird that's lost its wings. As a caster, I can understand your frustrations. Forgive me, Tabassu. Shouldn't have yelled at you when I didn't have all the information. As a fellow worker of spells, let me offer you some advice. Don't mistake your inexperience for weakness. No one is an expert at everything. When things are truly bad, bemoaning your situation only makes it worse. Next time, I want you to take a deep breath,
Move a few steps in any direction. Direct your mind elsewhere, away from your concerns.
Will do. Thank you, Nudicrous. Sorry you had to fight all by yourself.
Don't worry about it. Those desert insects were no match for me. They may have caught me by surprise at the start, but I got used to them. Now I can handle 10, no, 100 easily. I say that's right, but as a pharaoh, you command the Sphinx. Should still have that same authority even here in Michelin Underworld. That Sphinx is actually a gift from Pharaoh Ozymandias, but I'll just keep that part to myself.
All that aside, the fact of summoning rituals aborted like that's pretty concerning, Tiramisu. I'm not too worried about us for the moment, since we have heavy hitters like Nudicrous and Kukulin around. But you not being able to summon out the heroic spirits worries me. What kind of rule could have... Habitrot? What is it, Habitrot? Why are you gawking like that?
There! Look! Look, look, look! Huh?
Leg.
Giant... in legs? Yeah, I see them too. Those have got to be the legs of some crazy huge creature. With toes that big, the whole thing must be something like 60 meters tall. Same size as Protea. Damn it, we need to hide fast. There is nowhere to hide.
Everyone, gather around me. Stay low to the ground. I'm gonna open up my sacred garment.
What's this? Are you hiding us under cloth?
Shh, quiet. It's fine protection of the great Lord Medjed. So as long as we stay put, that creature will never see us. Should give us a chance to see what's going on.
Oh yeah, I remember you weren't dressed as Lord Medjed's.
I sure you don't know what you're talking about. I just so happen to have this wondrous item on me, that's all.
Right, well anyways, thanks Nudicrous. At least saved our bacon. What a great little portable camp. Should have let us catch our breath, see what's going on outside. Now where's that shadow's odor? It looks like it's still close by. Guess we'll just have to wait here until it leaves. Oh, but first, is everyone okay? Oh yes, I'm fine, though I'm endlessly fascinated by this mysterious space in which we find ourselves. No issues here.
I'm not injured either. Just shook and that I forgot to use my spirit form. I'm just so shocked that I forgot to use my spirit form.
Alright, how about you, Kukulon?
Oh, sir, I wasn't surprised at all. In fact, having you worried about me has put me in the great mood.
Alright, seems like a good time to talk, as long as we keep our voices down. This is the third level of the underworld, Shosho Alkui. It's a world of endless desert, strong winds, and zero gravity. I'm guessing it corresponds to Pansoletalo Okeroyan. Fuck that name. The fifth level of the Michelin in Aztec mythology. Panchotelacolyon. The underworld comprised of a massive desert region, believed to contain 8 oases, was also home to strong winds which would blow away anyone attempting to cross. The dead would cling to trees so as to not get swept away into the sky, or is said to flap like flags. You're right, it does sound a lot like this place. So if we are to make it away through this newly transformed level of the underworld, we'll have to cross 8 oases.
Mean like that oasis floating in the sky? I can fly a little by myself, but definitely couldn't fly up there with all this wind. And that's not even mentioning the area with no gravity. The moment we get into higher altitudes, we won't know which way to float.
I don't understand. Gravity is the force of attraction, yes. Now how could you lose track of which way to go when there's no gravity to attract you? One of the key laws of the universe is light things are attracted to heavy things. So, in the strictest sense, it's not really possible to go somewhere truly without gravity.
In situations where you're floating in what usually thinks of zero gravity, means some other force is canceling out its effects. For example, even in outer space, light things will still be pulled in towards heavier things. Based on what we saw, I think we should be able to fall towards the Oasis landmass. We made it up that high. However, Habitat's flight ability only lets her alleviate the force of attraction being exerted by the land she's currently standing on. She can't float above ground unless she's touched the ground at least once. I see. So for her to fly above the Oasis in the sky, she would first have to fall towards it and splat herself on its ground.
Did you really have to put it that way? Also, I can totally float once I get near the ground, so I might still be able to save myself at the last second.
We compare Habitat's floating ability to her rate of descent. No, never mind. May I ask you all what would happen? What would be the heaviest object you're aware of in your vicinity? Oh, that's easy. Earth. It's got an approximate mass of 6 sextillion tons. With numbers like that, it's no wonder airplanes still fall towards the ground no matter how far away they get from it. But there we can get the full gravity if we get 400 meters above ground, right? I know we said it's dangerous earlier, but couldn't it also help us get close to the Oasis? Well, if we had a way to navigate those strong winds, neither Habitat nor I can do that. So we should stick to the ground and look for a safer way up to the Oasis from there. You know, the giant creatures still know nothing about roaming around? There's no question it's dangerous, but it's also our only option. Fortunately, we have Nitocris, Queen of the Desert, here to help. Sounds like getting a bad feeling. Ahem. As I've told you twice now, I can't fly these conditions. As a pharaoh, you can trust that I'm telling you the truth. So I'm the same boat as the rest of you. Now can we please discuss this like adults? Happily getting ready to head back outside. Can't we at least draw lots to choose who leads the way? Isn't Caldea's approach to us all about fairness, my ally? I have no idea. Yep, got some Nitocris, you'll be fine.
Support system 40% カット。運動性問題ありません。キラキラしてる。
Alright.
許します。
Let's do it like
わかりま
this.
す。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた呪戦。
Alright, kind of what I expected. I probably could have done an arch chain, but it's fine, it's fine. Yep, as expected, she got sealed.
ピンチ。
And now we do this. We'll draw you
任
in.
せて。装填済みです。せーの。降り注ぎます。スライド。
That's an AoE attack.
ああ、とても楽しかった。このアングルバッチリ。パラドクスエフェクトセット。私、オッケー。
Take this on for size. Beautiful journey.
たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝訴を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで。
Mighty chain. 100% crit.
せーの。狙いを定めて。
Ah, so close.
示弾装填済みです。それわかります。了解。もしもし。
Alright, get her, Nitocris.
天罰。
There we go. You see, that's fine. This is gonna, yeah, roll in 2 turns.
任せて。それが良いでしょう。いくよ。もしもし。天罰。
Alright. And now... Trigger that. Trigger this.
向こうもここに。
Trigger this.
否定はダメですよ。私の宝具任せ。ふむふむ。駆け抜けるは全人。
Vroom
未完
vroom!
の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。ああ、人生がとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。いくよ。せーの。いくよ。見て見て。
Ow.
ピンチ。チャンスに。アヌビス、それが良いでしょう。ええ、許します。特別、それが良いでしょう。天罰。屍の鏡。扉と恐怖の心。アンツーネルタジュゼル。
There it goes.
状況終了。
Snake all cleaned up.
壊滅。そして魔力循環に移行しますね、マスター。
Now you see, these desert insects are no trouble at all. These are just a lot more of them than I thought there'd be, but I can still keep going.
It's okay, you've done enough. Stop pushing yourself.
But we're almost to the oasis. Have to find a way up there for the giant demonic beast spots us.
You are one seriously hard worker, Nitocris. I get it, I do, but you do need a rest when you can. You still have Lord Matchet's cloth, right? Now we're in a safe area. Why not use it? Otherwise, it's just going to waste.
Absolutely not. One does not just casually call upon Lord Medget's protection whenever it's convenient. Only acceptable in times of great danger or great opportunity. Otherwise, it'd be the height of insult.
Chris, please, you need a rest. All these battles are taking a toll on you.
No, as long as we can't count on Tiramisu's summoning, I have to step up to fill the gap. The very first servant summoned to help with the challenge you face in this lost belt. I was still unable to protect the border. Suffered a shameful defeat at Tulloch's hands. Couldn't even take part in the mission to Mexico City at all. I need to be useful, or I'll not been chosen for nothing. Or I'll have been chosen for nothing. I give up now, I'll never be able to face the other 3 servants who were thrown out into Midland while they were still being summoned. Hey, I get how you feel, but none of that was your fault, right? Really, if anyone's at fault, it's that thing that attacked the storm border when we first got here. If that pillar of light thingy hadn't knocked the border out of the sky, we wouldn't have had Protea and Benny Enma fighting along, or we would have had Protea and Benny Enma fighting alongside us this whole time.
Pillar of Light. First time I'm hearing of it. In fact, I've never heard a story of how the border crashed either. What in the world? What in the world? Could have... No, what sort of violence could have possibly destroyed such a wonderful ship?
Well, don't you look guilty.
All right, I'd almost forgotten about that. So, David, Tezuka, the Polka, the Forgotten ORT aren't our only enemies. We also have to worry about that pillar of light that almost split the border in half as soon as it popped up from under the ground. So we have to figure out exactly what it is and how we can handle it if it shows up again. Well, that happened to you guys, huh? Gosh, I, had no idea. But, you only saw it light giant once on the surface side. But, hadn't shown up again, right? Since then, maybe you'll just never see it again.
Oh.
Kukulon, what did you say?
It's obviously her. Like, even if I hadn't seen her MP, like, that was a dead giveaway.
Never mind that now. That enormous creature is back. Apparently brought sandworms with it. Lord Mecha's protection won't be any use against those. They rely on vibration to detect their prey.
We'll have to get rid of them before that giant shows up. Damasu, Tapu, you two stay back with Nudicris. As soon as Max, Kukulon, and I finish taking care of the sandworms, we'll all take shelter under Nudicris's cloth. Got it?
She's right. I'm too exhausted to handle even a single sandworm. If I were to lose and make trouble for everyone again, like I did against Tolak then.
No, we don't got it. What are you getting so sheepish for, Nidocras? You are the queen of that nation, right? Are you really going to let the defeat of two undo you? Is that all the people popping in history are made of? Don't be afraid to listen to your heart to say you really feel. Besides, still haven't defeated 100 sandworms.
Right, yes, of course. I don't need you to tell me that. Come on, Kukulon. These sandworms are no threat. I'll defeat them and the giants all at once.
This should do.
バトルスタート。できるだけ手荒くお願いします。
Let's see.
ホルスよ。危険はダメですね。特別に許可します。と、許します。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖を誇る暗空ねぶた術。
Checks out that it would do that.
収束。
Alright, let's see here.
一歩止めないでね。捉えた。スライド。スマッシュ。予想外前進です。
Alright. Do this.
髪乱れてるね。
And then
あなた
this.
来てください。
わかります。
止 止めないでね。天罰ビームです。よそ見
Punch! There it goes. I'm gonna trigger that just in case he starts stomping really, really hard. Let's trigger this so you have your power boost as need be.
了解します。ザザン。はあ。よそ見厳禁です。
Ah! Buff removal sucks. Thanks for the aid.
時短装填済みです。ナイス。有効レンジ入りました。風は翼弦を見てください。
Dun, 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 dun. Oof. Because it gives out an evade at random to 2 people. And the turn, medium chance to apply. Ah, not just 2. It just happened to have been 2 the last few times. Alright.
許します。もしもし。鋭く冷たく。よそ見。
Punch! Mash it down.
黄金律にも種類があるのさ。このアングルバッチリ。いい止めないでね。
Let's go, Cuckoo! Destructo Disc!
まだまだここからこの角度。
Alright.
ゲーはダメですね。ふむふむ。オッケー。いい。ナイス。いくよ。せーの。鋭く冷たく。
Ow. Alright.
オッケー。私の宝具。
This should finish it.
いくよ。駆け抜けるら前人未到。未完の馬よ。輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。
Leg defeated.
スリーカウントなしのノックアウト。ちょっと癖になりそうです。
Huh? What the? Wow. Did we actually beat it? Looks like it, except we defeated its leg. Maybe that leg was the whole creature, or an illusion created by the sandstorm. No, it's far too substantial for that. It's a real creature, it's a physical body. Not much I'm sure of. Mash Tiramisu, have you ever seen anything like that leg anywhere? Summer, swimsuits. Nah, I'm sure I'm just imagining things. How bizarre. I do still have questions, but it's wonderful. See that our two biggest threats are gone. That mysterious giant creature of unknown origin and strong winds are suddenly stopped and are no longer an issue. Now we can cross his underworld without any further concern. Well, apart from securing water for tiramisu. Even after the yellow cucumber, I feel my mind beginning to slow down. Let's hurry to the oasis. I have plenty of water in my canteen, but yeah, that's true. Hang on. Is someone collapsed over there? What is the thing? I had never seen anything like it. For it's fluffy, it's also smooth and shiny. Don't worry, it's also completely harmless. That much I can say for sure. There's another Dino's here. Let's take a closer look. What the hell? That's not a Dino's, that's a human. And he's not wearing a mask, so he's not an ocelot either. Though he is dressed kind of weird. That language. You're from proper human history, aren't you? Talk about ice, water, and hell. Speaking of water, can you spare me some? I know something that will be worth your while. Oh no, he's so weak he could die any moment. Master, would be okay if we gave him some of your water? Of course. Don't die in this mysterious figure. Thank you. I feel much better now. One day I'll repay the water you've given me. Although, from the looks of it, I take it the water is the least of your concerns right now. Same for me. But I bring you good news. Now that I have met you all, I see genuine hope for world peace. I'm certainly not about to let this chance pass me by. I ask your names. I promise I won't misuse them. Okay, why don't you go first, leader? Well... So you're Jump for Joy Tiramisu. I feel like I've heard that name before, minus the descriptor, of course. That's my little contribution. And your Boar Piglet Mash, Light Reflecting Tepu, Precious Da Vinci, Wind Up Habitat. How did Mash get Boar Piglet? What the hell? I get everyone else's things. What the hell happened here? Hapless Nitocris, and I don't know what to make of you, Kukulin. So, 5 out of 7 of you are combatants. Does this mean it's finally time to save the world? Bitch, it's been time! Poor Piglet, as in those adorable little creatures? Oh, he was calling you cute. Gotcha. I'm honored, but why Boar Piglet? Fairly certain I'm not wearing a boar fur or anything like that. Just going off first impressions, really. No deeper meaning of any of it. So where are you all off to next? Going up to the 5th stratum or down to the 7th? Before we can tell you anything more about ourselves, I'd like to hear your name, or why you were collapsed out here. I mean, just look at how obviously shady he is. I can't tell you my name, it would only make trouble for you if I did, but I can tell you why I collapsed. I used to be this underworld's caretaker. It's my job to cultivate it. Then one day I woke up surrounded by light, and a certain self-centered goddess ordered me to turn this desert into a veritable paradise, filled with flowers and sheep. And that's just unreasonable, isn't it? Don't you feel sorry for me? Of course you do. Thanks for the hydrate, and welcome to the stream. Making our way through Lost Belt 7 today. Hydrate, Miss Fishy. Not a fish. Still, I'm a very good caretaker, so I set about fulfilling her demands. I grew flowers all over the desert, and a substitute for sheep. Since Michelin doesn't have any, I fed the sandworms well until they grew nice and large. No. None of that. So, we get a don't mind me, I'm totally not evil vibe from him. No, just me? Okay. So, I will tell you, I know who this is, and he's not evil. He's just kind of lazy. I'm probably going to butcher his name, but I believe his name is Duzumad.
he's the husband of Urugishgil. He's the god of sheep from I want to say Mesopotamia, but that doesn't sound right.
So you're the one responsible for those.
Doesn't my agriculture acumen surprise you? Me too, actually. So, we're even there. That aside, for a while, things went well enough. Life was slow here in the underworld, but then I heard a loud flapping of wings and looked up to see a very suspicious Batman flying this way. Oh no, do you mean Kamatoris? I'm sorry, I don't recall his name. There's very little space in my mind for men's names. God damn it. I do remember that Batman had a very friendly laugh. Ah ha 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 and tee hee hee that. Earthuse, you thought I was some lazy good for nothing. Think again, it is I, Kotomine Kirei. Quit killing with fire! We thought you just left! Words of my departure were greatly exaggerated. It was your goddamn message! Like I said, exaggerated. Pulls off his fucking head like it's a fucking Scooby-Doo mask. It's old man Kotomine! You want to know what made her scary? Well, she wasted not a second for attacking everything around her, the Batman included. It was so bad the Batman got irritated and flew off. You see? Terrible goddess. So, she gave Kamatoris trouble, and his greatest symbol of fear, Mithlan. That's not all. The scary goddess that drained all the magical energy out of the flowers I'd worked so hard to grow and turn this place back into a desert. Then made the heavenly Echo Shrine and began using storms to rule over this underworld. Echo Heaven Shrine? Does that have anything to do with the anti-gravity zone up there? Yes, ma'am. The storm around here disappeared when you defeated the heavenly Echo Shrine. If not for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and that concludes my explanation. I guess that was pretty complicated for you, huh? Let me just summarize. Cost extra, though. Now who's really under this scary zombie mask? It's old man Kotomine Kirei. Would you rather deal with the zombie? Would you rather deal with the zombie? Actually, yes. Yes, I would. No, that's okay. Now we know that this scary goddess is this underworld's guardian. The shrine she made is what was causing the storms. So, are you the one of the goddess's attendants then? If you're able to turn a desert into a flower garden, must be very knowledgeable and have extraordinary magical energy. Attendant. That sounds so nice. Attendants at least get the carrot. I, on the other hand, only get the stick. There are no labor laws in the other world. Labor laws? What a wonderful idea to bring to her. You've chosen heroes really are different, aren't you? Now, let me get another look at you. Tell me where you're from and what your purpose is. I still don't fully trust you, but I guess we're not going to get any further unless we talk. We're from Chaldea. You're a heroic spirit from proper human history, right? Should know why we're here. Right now, we're headed to the Seventh Stratum along with Master Terasu. The sandstorm was giving us a lot of trouble, but now that it's gone, we're about to try and reach that oasis. I knew it. You think you can find an exit to the oasis? Well, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Nobody who enters this underworld can ever leave. Anyone who reaches that oasis will be even more trapped here. You're very lucky to have met me before you headed there. Please follow me. I'll let your precious combatants throw their lives away. What do you mean by nobody can leave? No, that's not important right now. What's important is my safety. And all your safety, which guarantees my safety. For the oasis. She can see us down here. She'll know you're intruders now that you've destroyed her shrine, too. So we need to get moving. There's a caravan. Or there's a cavern I made in secret. We'll head there.
Hold on. All right, I'm back. I have tacos. So I'm going to eat these real quick. All right, BRB. Gonna wash my plate. All right, plate is clean. I am back. I guess just resettled here. That way, I promise you. It's very pleasant for a cavern. Huh? Yes. All that, just saw something I recognized on your back. We do see a lot of backs over the course of our lives. The back of a childhood friend moving to the big city. The back of a lover breaking up and moving out of a shared home. They're both beautiful backs to watch as they leave. But if humans' backs have one thing in common, they're all human backs. So no wonder mine is familiar. No, I'm pretty sure you're Dumzued. Doomzued. How did you know my name? I must say, I don't care for the prying detective act. I want to have dirty laundry if you look hard enough, especially when your clothes are made of wool. Dirty laundry? Are you sure? Or you didn't mean bad credit? So you're finally showing yourself, Doom Mazed. Picking up a magical energy signal overhead. It's an A rank plus spirit origin. Divine spirit. Hi, Ariashkel. For those intruders who destroyed my shrine, you should be honored. Most intruders aren't lucky enough to have the goddess of the underworld herself squash them beneath her heel. Oh, and of course, I'll be squashing you too, sheep god. Nice try with your obvious little rebellious act. You're just stuck to what you know. Do you really expect kindness, forgiveness from me? Unfortunately for you, I'm not Uriushkel anymore. I'm Ninakal, or Ninkikal, the true, cruel, cold-hearted, lavish goddess of the underworld. Or Lavacious. All who enter my garden become my property, now prepare to be captured and used as slave labor. Guess it's the same type of slave labor that Meb was suggesting, where it's actually decent work environments and a pension. I knew it. That's Uriushkel. I expect them to be rattled. Maybe they didn't hear my introduction. So you're the human and heroic spirits from proper human history. I've never seen any of you in my life. Very well, intruders. I shall introduce myself once more. I am Ninakel, goddess of the underworld. I'm the Sumerian deity, and I have taken charge of the third underworld. Sumerian, that's... What did I say? Mesozoic. That's weird. That's a dinosaur age. Did I say Mesoamerican? Because that's definitely wrong. Mesopotamian, that was what I said. I was still wrong, it's Sumerian. Take charge of the third underworld for very good reasons. Fear me! Revere me! Beware! My underworld is fair. All who enter are equal, for all become my slaves. Do as you're told, and I'll spare your lives. Defy me, and I'll grind you to fertilizer and use you to enrich the soil. This pressure, it's definitely the real Uriushkel. Spirit origin pattern perfectly matches the one in Caldea's spirit origin graph. This, another monster vs. alien bit. Hi! How you doing? She must be the fourth and final heroic spirit that was summoned on the border. Only she turned into an altar like King Protea and Benny Enma. Tiramisu, try calling out to her. That she looks the way she does means she must be the same Uriushkel who fought in Babylon.
First, we need to find out if she still remembers you, if she understands why Chaldea summoned her. If we're lucky and things work out, it might be able to resolve this whole thing peacefully. Got it. Hey, long time no see. Hi, how you doing? We are here to destroy you.
Stop that! Why are you waving at me like we're friends? I thought I told you I'd never seen you before in my life. Now listen to me, will you? I said nothing here gets special treatment. Really is area scale, we all know. I'd recognize that inability to hide true affection anywhere. Gosh, doesn't this remind you of Uruk-senpai? I told you my name's Ninakal. You still have no idea who someone's being mean to you, do you?
I think she realizes what she just admitted. Not to worry, everyone. That's just Uria's skill altar. She's going by her old name to match her new evil self, but she's still the same poor goddess she's always been. Only now she's got a command spell tying her to this place and commanding her to be the ideal ruler of the underworld.
So Kamatoris used a command spell to make her the guardian of the underworld like he did with the other two. Oh, but wait, we don't have Rasputin with us anymore. You mean the other one can undo an alterization?
I don't know this Rasputin, but it doesn't matter what kind of servant he is. My oath will never change. You know what Michelin's bat told me. He said I should become who I've always wanted to be. Well, that's who I am. Ninagel, the truly perfect goddess. I've never been envious of the heavens. I'll never be jealous of Ishtar. Here, I am the invincible goddess of the underworld who's never made a mistake and never tasted defeat. That's the command spell I cast on myself. My pride won't change it for anyone. So you're saying you allowed yourself to become an altar, Yushkel? Yes, that's right. Once I fell to Michelin, I saw the state of this underworld. I knew I'd found my calling. I watched the end of the Age of Gods all by myself in the Sumerian underworld, so I know without a doubt that nothing and no one can stop this world from coming to an end either. And when the world is ending, it is the only right there is. Kindness and forgiveness are of no use there. You could even say ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. I don't know what reference you're making. A true goddess coldly and mercilessly exploits her followers, right? So I made this third underworld in a world where everyone obeys its god forever and ever. Here, everyone worships me and everyone toils away every day to mine gemstones for my tribute. Here, I am the one and only God, and my power is absolute. All of the divine and heroic spirits are forbidden from entering. This way, even if things go wrong and all is trust, my little corner of the underworld here will remain completely peaceful and prosperous, right? I can't believe I'm seeing a goddess Sumer promote monotheism. That is ironic. How embarrassing. As you can see, Uriyashkel's become so competitive with Ishtar, they wound up thinking just like her. So I take it you all understand what it is that I'd like you to do, yes? True, just seems she needs a dissenting opinion. I'm not kind of an outsider here, so I don't have any right to speak on your relationships. But I'm right in understanding the Kamatoris has set that girl out down there. Over there. Down in Evil Path? Words, I swear I know them. She's long since reached the end of that path by now, but yes, that's right. Now, why don't we show her that violence always loses out to even greater violence, together? So you're a god, and you're actually from Midland. Not only do you not have anyone worshipping you, you don't have anything worth protecting. Do you really think a pathetic, phony goddess like you could ever defeat me? Fine then, I'll show you the authority of a god who's overseen the birth of a real civilization. Get ready, Tiramisu. It's time for you to learn firsthand how mighty and awesome the goddess of the underworld really is.
All right.
ホルスよ不敬はダメですねピンチチャンスに特別に許可します特別に
屍の鏡暗黒の鏡扉と恐怖の心暗空ネルタジュゼル
Destructo disc.
脱走禁止ヒュンヒュン懲罰開始
Now we trigger this.
許します
All right, lay into her.
ザザーンビームですマヤパン
Punch. Good job.
天空の私の椅子冥界の私の宮
Those are some feet.
お願いメスラムタイヤ冥界の守りを知りなさい
Here it comes.
ビデオ発熱神殿これが私の空気軽いルカルだなんて情報量
Yellow and hurt was needed, Chris. All right, now need to Chris one down. All right, we're gonna do this.
にも種類があるのさこのアングル
Let's see. Okay. Trigger this.
リロード
And then
時短止めない
do it like this.
前に差し込む鋭く冷たくはあ
That's not gonna work.
かじり あなたに決めたああとても楽しかったと思う私の宝具ふむふむオッケーそう
Let's get these legs.
その少佐を今示そうビューティフルジャーニーさあ行けるとこまで行ってみようせーの降り注ぎます行くよ
Ah!
丸かじり
Rolling, 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 rolling. Go to Banshee.
駆け抜けるら先人に
We looped that pretty good.
未完の馬よ輝ける轍を残せああ人生はとても楽しい
I don't know if I can keep that out, but it was funny. Oh yeah, because there's like 6 of them on the screen, even without a lot of arts boost. That would get a lot of refund, plus her own
なくしたものに
MP game post MP skill.
よそ見です懲罰開始は
Guys, the legs don't die.
飛騨終作やったーいいナイス止めないでねやったー時短装填済みです風は翼とブーストストライクマグカジビ
Oh, that's not good.
もう少し残念
I mean, I know this is supposed to be supposed to lose fight, but like, oh, that's not good.
やるじゃんシングルセットと
All systems, full power.
腕の見せ所ってやつやった
Have a trot.
ーじゃんじゃ
Away!
じゃんすごい
Remember, bitches love cannons.
でも負けないよ
My father beat me up this much. Just kidding. Hi, what a first time chat.
痛いのは一
Welcome to the stream.
天に絶対地に監獄我がかかとこそ冥府の怒り反省するのだわ苦しみがえる許されない
Well, that's just rude.
Wow, we're still alive.
Yeah, I'm about to sack the Zua.
髪乱れてね
All my MPs sealed.
That sucks.
Oh wait, I can cleanse it off. Like I know it's supposed to be a supposed to lose fight, but
腕の見せ所ってやついいナイス
let's give it everything we've got.
魔法糸バシバレル解放
Remember, bitches love cannons. No, we are doing nothing to her.
ビームですマヤパンターチ遅すぎないやべ痛いのは
Okay, so the fight ends when everyone but Cuckoo dies. What the hell is happening? Doppel, look out! It's taking everything I got to hold back one of these legs.
Oh man, this is nuts. These legs are freaking huge. So damn many. Ah!
Oh man, got nowhere to run. Can't even fight back. It's like fighting the demon god pillars was like.
Compared to caring for Lord Ozymandias' Sphinx, this is no big deal at all. Eee!
See, I told you. I went out of my way to trample you personally. This is my boundless gore, the heavenly echo shrine. Ishtar used Golgona as a divine beast. I don't need a divine beast that only goes around wrecking havoc, though. Terrible use of resources. No, all I need for my shrine are its legs, and as you can see, for the cost of a single Golgonon, I can command a bunch of its legs at once. I believe you're only using Golgona's legs. Gosh, we're completely outmatched, aren't we? I never thought she'd care. She would gather every Golgona in the underworld in one place. Seems we're surrounded by a leg wall. Looks like we'll have to try our luck again some other time. Don't give up. The only thing I can do for now is to pray for your success. Dumazid out. God damn it. I'll say this for him, that was some fancy flying. Damn, he got away. He's not pilfering my magical energy reserves, he's fanning the flames of scent among my followers. But never mind him for now, his punishment can wait. It's over, Tiramisu, there's no escaping my Golganon walls. But don't worry. Once I capture you, I'm gonna be nice and make you my permanent, personal divine gemstone artisan. That sounds lovely. What a horrific ordeal. Where are we? Is this the oasis? Yes, it is. I didn't know what was going to happen to us when those legs sent us flying, but it seems we're still alive, at least for the time being. I guess we're captured after Golganon's legs knocks us out. Yeah, this must be one of Urishkel's spear cages. If we were in top 4, we could probably destroy it, but I doubt we can manage that right now.
We did take a hell of a beating. I'm so bruised I can barely move. Wonder what happened to us now. Are we really gonna be forced to toil away in slavery to Urishkel?
Of course you are. What do you think this underworld is for? All of you are now residents of the underworld, and you're not going to work, and you're going to work for me for all of eternity. From now on, your schedule consists of breakfast, work, mining ore, lunch, work, mining ore, dinner, work, extracting magical energy, and sleep. Going to keep that cycle going until you've stored up as much magical energy as you possibly can, and don't expect any days off either. I'm forming a union. Fine, then you're fired. Yay, I'm free! No, wait, shit, I didn't think this through.
Oh man, that sounds way worse than death.
You really did capture us just to put us to work. Really so eager to puff yourself up. Not even Ishtar would go this far. On second thought, never mind. Let's try this another way. You said you made an oath to yourself that you'd be the ideal goddess to rule the underworld. Does that mean you need to build up a ton of magical energy to rule the underworld properly?
Not really. I just want to make my slaves work as much as possible. They did in Egypt with pyramids. That's not even remotely accurate.
The pyramid's construction was a strictly above-board affair conducted entirely in line with good labor laws. All the slaves were paid salaries, given regular breaks, offered free beer at the end of the day. Our welfare systems were absolutely perfect. We can never have accomplished such great feats if not for our proper standards for labor laws. I don't know what's driving you, Ninagekal. Oh, but you're going about this entirely the wrong way. Is this how Sumeria's gods conduct themselves? Hey, Sumer had good labor laws. Even in my underworld, I was the only one who ever did any actual work. No, never mind that. It's on its third underworld, not Sumer. You're the one who doesn't get it, Nidocrest. How long are you planning to protect this shell of yourself? You still don't understand why you were really called here. That was clear to me in our battle earlier. What do you mean by that? You're Queen of the Underworld too. You should be able to exert every bit as much authority here as I do. Not only did you fail to do so, you did not even try to challenge me for dominance. If you had been summoned to your own land, your own nation, then I could understand trying to maintain the image you've cultivated during your life. But this is a foreign land, and a battle for all humanity. It's supposed to be protecting the future, not your past self. You're saying I'm putting myself first because I haven't allowed myself to be altered like you have. Alteration's just a means to an end. The question you should be asking yourself is, what can I do? When I was still alive, what do you mean still alive? You're a god, you're immortal. My dream was to have an underworld covered in flowers as far as the eye could see. Of course, I made it happen, since Michelin's just as much atmospheric, magical energy as the Age of Gods. It wasn't good enough. This isn't a Holy Grail war. My dreams are secondary at best. So I gave up on my field of flowers, even gave up my right to return to Chaldea. Oh wait, yeah, gods can die in this. All to become the strongest goddess in this underworld. That's the role I was meant to play. It's what I'm most proud of as a goddess people once believed in. Anyways, on a different subject, where's Tiramisu, Mash? Probably hiding inside your shield, right? Well, tell her to come out. I won't bite. How big do you think that shield is? Can fit a Holy Grail, but it can't fit me. I'm sorry, but Master isn't here. Didn't you notice? Pulled off a brilliant escape during our battle. Well, that's impossible. How could she have possibly escaped my shrine? Good thing we managed to make it out there. We're lucky the sky was so close by. Even managed to get a fire going in the lemons of the old fire. Wonder who could have been living here. I'm guessing this is Dumazid's hideout. More importantly, thanks for the rescue. And now, you're the one who helped me there. That was some guy thinking. You hadn't pointed out that the third and fourth legs were in different speeds, getting a gap between them. Then I never would have thought to scoop you up and jump through that opening to escape. I have to say, though, it's pretty thrilling. A no escape with a hoof the size of a building timed to glasses. I bet. Sorry for making a hold back. Not for asking so much of you, I am. Don't be silly, I'm not holding back at all. I haven't been any help at all, have I? I really thought I'd be able to do more. But now there are all these things tying my hands. So much for Kukula and the free-spirited wind. I wish I could apologize to Kitsukuru. Seems lonely. It's true, a lot weaker than you seemed at first. That's because you're holding back. You haven't used your noble phantasm. What are you talking about? I've always gone that with everything I do. I've never pushed myself too hard, set limits on myself, or held back. I only ever do what I want, yes. You approached us because you were interested in us, right? But now you're putting up walls because you feel like you shouldn't get too close to us, right? Aren't you? You could tell. You're not exactly hard to read. Aww. No more walls, please. I promise I won't get upset even if you get serious. But you say you can test me like that. I mean, I'm the god of a lost spell. You're human. I'm one from proper human history at that. Insert that's the best part meme from Persona 5. Wouldn't it be way more like that? Just pretending to be kind to you to get the opportunity to kill you? Then you've been blowing so many opportunities. Seriously? Don't make me laugh. I can see from your smile you really mean it, but how can you tell I'm not the back god? You're essentially the same god as Quetzalcoatl. That tells me all I need to know. I guess you got me there. Okay, I got it. No more secrets.
Time to reveal who I really am and ask you everybody. But if I really should be doing whatever I want, then I kind of like you to return the favor. You know that handy thing you do with sevens? Where you form a bond with them, defeat their magical energy. I like to use that so I can pull off some cool techniques, so would you?
I'm not a master right now, but sure. Of course I will.
Alright, I'm feeling great. Just leave it all to me, master. I don't care how many late Gogonala has. I'll beat them all up with just one hit. Good, you're done talking. I have to say, seeing cultural exchange in action never fails to warm my heart. Are you two gonna beg now?
Well, not anymore.
Good day, hello, I am also here. How do you do? And salutations, it's me, your local golden sheep and sleep device, Dumazide. Looks like we're finally about to witness a real battle between goddesses. Way to go, Tiramisu. Would you object terribly to me using that sweet line you just gave, my own words? The whole world, of course.
Try and I'll pluck out that golden wool by hand.
That's a shame, but of course, I was only joking. I'll just go ahead and seal the data of that recording into your next gift box. More importantly, I'm concerned about the others. We'll go rescue them immediately. Sooner, even. Kukulin, if you defeat Orishko, that will solve everything. In her mind, the ideal ruler has never tasted defeat, as she put it. If she does, then she is no longer, by her definition, ideal. That will invalidate the oath. That is the command seal she cast on herself. And if that happens, you picking up what I'm putting down.
Orishka will go back to normal.
Exactly. Now please, get on my back. Shining Tiramisu. The key to our victory is defeating the third Underworld's guardian without destroying the Underworld itself.
Dumazed, away! Dumazed,
Yes?
we're leaving the underworld.
Oh, I guess I overshot it. You wanted to leave, didn't you?
I don't know how you got me to leave, but we kind of need to turn back. I have to save my friends.
Oops, right. My bad. Bravo! You're the very picture of health and a refreshment, like the explosive power of a girl skipping rope. You make me want to save the world by your side. That's no small feat.
Then get in the gotcha.
Get in the gotcha. Don't mistake my roles for bluffs. All right, we made it through the anti-gravity zone without a hitch. Hope you're ready, because we'll soon be at the oasis. Unfortunately, after I drop off Tabasu, I'm going to have to retreat to a safer area. I'm just sorry I won't be able to see how the battle unfolds. Okay, 3, 2, 1, good luck! He was being little about dropping us off. Are you okay, Tabasu? Do you need help?
I'm used to falling this far.
Really?
Yeah, I entered a few singularities this way. I usually had MASH to help absorb the impact with Lord Camelot. You should probably catch me. No, just focus on Orishko.
Wow, you Leon season master, aren't you? Okay, in that case. Fighting evil by moonlight. What do you mean moonlight? I got the sun.
Well, I'm not gonna explain the reference to you, Cuckoo. It's a show.
I'm going to fight my true style. I respect the goddess of proper human history.
Yikes, that outfit is barely there.
This thing? I find it to be a very useful size suit myself. Oh well, I just have to show you how strong I am in this outfit. Okay, Miguel, it's go time. Your illegal, immoral, exploitative construction project ends now.
There, a perfect landing. Ow, my knees. Now, or challenge you to a rematch, invincible goddess. Oh, I know you did not just drop out of the sky into a rolling landing. Knock that stuff off. Knock that stuff off. You'll give me a heart attack. Anyways, you want a rematch? Look at a mage. You can't even summon a single servant and hope to accomplish against. Oh, I see. So that goddess your last resort, is she? Fine, she sounds like better in a certain cowardly shade. Fine, out of respect for your foolhardy bravery, I accept your challenge. Come, my boundless gorge. Or heaven, Echo Shrine. Or Heavenly Echo Shrine. You think you can get past my six-legged divine beast? Go ahead and try.
I believe the usual statement is you need more hides. I'll fasten everything I've got.
得意分野です八つ咲きですいきますどうです耐久力で勝負します
Perfect. Your powers inherently tied. Or your defensive powers inherently tied. And to the usage of those legs.
いい風ですね太陽大上昇
So let's give you a good dose.
生還はいもちろん
Here we go.
祭壇がないのなら
Face it and out
こうして
I'll neck
自分
one.
で作る
Like
鍋です
this.
覚悟
Get
してく
to
だ
that
さいね
thing.
ククルカ
Kukulan, serious pants.
甘すぎないでといきます風水私
Got any more for me?
後で構ってあげるからメーカーのお立ち物や懲罰開始
Oh, ammo.
全生命に愛を込めて全力はいもちろん
Buster, Buster, Buster!
祭壇がないのならこうして
I'll smack you with this staff.
覚悟してくださいねククルカ本気パンチもらいました
Your defense isn't looking so hot.
脱走禁止 もう得意部隊輝き攻撃いきますどうですいきますトレスランチャーほらほら
Adorable.
観はいもちろん
This is the tech.
祭壇がないのならこうして自分で作るまでです覚悟してくださいねククルカン本気パンチ無重力発射そしてパーンチ風水
Now you're going to make me. If you like your last like sweeper, you're going to surrender here.
私の椅
Okay.
子お願いネスラムタイヤ冥界の守りを知りなさいこれが私のクルスラルイルカルラ大丈夫負けないから
Break the letter to bodies.
マブカジリギューはいもちろん
Buster, Buster, Buster.
祭壇がないのならこうして自分で作るまでです覚悟してくださいねククルカン本気パンチウルトラパンウルトラキック耐久力で勝負します
That's a lap, sweetie.
お腹減りましたでは一緒にトウモロコシを食べましょう
Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, got the command spell back. Their command spell's back. Right, no time to be standing around gawking. Kukulin's noble phantom just obliterated Gilgana. It's also the same attack that... Yeah, that giant karate chop that swatted the Stormborder out of the sky. I knew it. The attack came from Michelin, from Kukulin, the king of the lost spells.
So that's what that was. Why do you look so happy about that, Da Vinci?
I'm just glad it turned out to be right on the money. Oh my, so one responsible for destroying the Stormborder. Seriously, harming Captain Nemo. Subjecting you all to unprecedented dangerous circumstances with Kukulin. On behalf of all Dinos, I'm so sorry for the trouble our god has caused you. I promise you, we will all discuss what to do with her when we get the chance. Personally, I think that she should spend a century in the ninth stratum thinking about what she's done. Hold on, Tapu, I had a good reason for attacking them back then. I'm Michelin's guardian, remember? I saw an opportunity to get rid of Kate on the surface because they could exercise a lost spell, so I decided to take it.
So she actually is our enemy. Can't believe we survived that.
No, wait, that came out wrong. Back then, I thought you refused to hear me out, just like David's and Void. But things are different now. I know you don't mean us any harm. That said, yes, I am responsible for nearly destroying the bolter, and an apology clearly isn't enough. If you decide you want to fight because I'm your enemy or you want me to pay damages, I'll understand. Damages? Could she pay the meme she wanted? We wanted her to? I can pay in con. Honestly, after what went down in Mexico City, I already had my suspicions you were the giant. So I don't see this as a binary between friend and foe or anything like that. Besides, we can't forget you saved Tiramisu and us yet again today. Yeah, if you were trying to kill us, you are terrible at it. Vinci! Ultimately, it'll be up to Commander Gordov to make the call. Besides, the real problem is there's no possible way we can defeat her now. So if she's willing to help us out, we don't really have any choice but to ignore the other issues. No, never mind. For the time being, I'm just happy that one of the potential threats has chosen to ally with us. Now, more importantly, to keep you waiting, is now a good time? What do you want? Stop looking at me like that. I don't need your pity. Don't even know what you're still doing here. Your business is in the 7th stratum. Not with me, right? Now that Kukulin's beaten me, the rule of the underworld built upon me being the strongest goddess no longer applies. Now, if there is plain old desert, it has to be part of the underworld. Wish I could disappear like the miserable loser I am. You're not Ninakale anymore, right? That's right. Thanks to a certain someone, I can no longer go by Ninakale, the invincible goddess. Thanks so much for the reminder. Hey, wait, you're still in the altar form, even though your senpai regained her last command spell. Why is that? Has it just been too long? Is your mind and body now doomed to remain altered forever? Of course not, but thanks for worrying about me, Nash. Kamatoris might have used a command spell to alter me, but I didn't do it against my will. I freely accepted his offer. I wanted a stronger spirit origin so I could help Chaldea better. Gosh, that's smart of you, Ariel. You even had an ulterior mode from those battles we fought all along. So you were totally pulling at Ishtar, weren't you? Yes, I did have an ulterior motive. I just can't say what it is right now. That's all. But when the time's right, I'm gonna make you cry like a little baby. And if it's your joy, I'll be ready for that. At any rate, I didn't go through alterization without knowing what I was getting into. There's no telling what might happen here, right? So I'll stay behind and keep being the guardian of this underworld, just in case. Didn't the first two guardians tell you they couldn't go with you? Yeah, they did. But it's okay. Don't worry about me. Even if I've gone a little evil and delinquent, I'm still Uriashkel, goddess of the underworld and servant of Chaldea. I'll help you to the end, no matter what you face. Didn't Kukulon just hand you your ass, though? Damn, have a trot. Don't kick her while she's down. Her self-esteem's bad enough as is. Sure you're okay? Maybe you want to change your mind about coming with us? I'm going to recover my strength after you left, okay? Now go on. Get out of here. Also, Kukulon, you basically sucker punched me earlier. I know I kind of went with it and fought you midair, but I'm my best when my feet are planted on solid ground. So don't think this means you got me beat. Don't lose. I won't lose to you next time. It means sucker punch, so I challenge you fair and square. Of course, we're still tied at one win and one loss seeds. Next time, I'll take 2 out of 3 wins. 2 out of 3? What do you mean by... Oh, I see. Next time we make it a best out of 3 situation. Fine. Get excited about it if you want. Just know that if we ever fight again, all of a noble phantom surpasses Golganon and Meslatinea. Oh yeah, you are gonna get a new version on your skill. I don't know if that's what this was foreshadowing or not, but you do get a new form eventually. All right, but I think I'll wrap up there for today. I think we got some good progress in. So, I'd like to wish you all a fond farewell and thank you for stopping by. If you like this, of course, follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing because it really helps me out. I'll be back tomorrow, so don't miss me too much. And until next time, fare thee well. All right. Bye-bye.